thunderstorms possible through about 10 a.m. This afternoon, only a high of 50 with breezy, cooler winds.
Local 12 knows every dollar counts. Weeknights on Local 12 and 24/7 on local12.com.
Bring deals at Ashley. You can find inspiration when you least expect.
Good morning, everybody.
In-store and online. Sure, that's her time. She always. You're in the front, so keep it down and show yourself. Now I smell super.
That's cool.
Ever since I started work, has free glide steps, schedule sleepings. Sleepings, I just they're on.
And you know, journalists are always asked, who do you want to interview the most? We have Gail interviewing the person she's wanted to for years, basketball legend Michael Jordan. And she has an exclusive front row seat with his NASCAR team. Plus, one Major League Baseball player suing his parents for millions of dollars. And in What's Watch, Lindsey Vonn reveals the injury she suffered.
This portion of CBS Mornings.
That works.
Find out more at probenfee.com.
With schizophrenia, it can feel like your symptoms decide what you do. If you have symptoms, be bold and ask your healthcare provider about Probenfee, a twice-daily pill for schizophrenia. Probenfee was created with a different approach in mind and delivered improvement in schizophrenia symptoms overall. Plus, in clinical studies, most people saw no substantial weight gain.
Don't take allergic to Probenfee. Have trouble emptying your bladder or stomach, certain liver problems, or untreated narrow-angle glaucoma. Serious side effects such as urinary retention, worsening liver, kidney, bile duct, and gallbladder problems, slow stomach emptying, serious allergic reactions, narrow-angle glaucoma, increased heart rate, and side effects in those with kidney problems may occur. Don't drive or use heavy machinery until you know how Probenfee affects you. Seek help right away if you have signs, swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, or throat, hoarseness, difficulty sleeping, breathing, or emptying your bladder.
Imagine what could be Probenfee.
Imagine what could be Probenfee.
You said the Whopper's the best burger in America. When made right. So with your feedback, we perfected every bite. So that every Whopper is made your way and never snaps. Because there's a new king, and it's you.
What are you doing? I'm trying to reach this dust. Why don't you just use the Swiffer duster? It cleans in all the really tight places and all the really hot ones, so you don't have to jump. Looks like you got into everything.
Asthma. Does it have you missing out on Get back to better breathing with Fasenra, an add-on treatment for eosinophilic asthma. Fasenra is not for sudden breathing problems. Serious allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis, may occur. Get help right away for swelling of your face, mouth, tongue, or trouble breathing. Don't stop asthma treatments, including oral steroids, without talking with your doctor. Tell your doctor if your asthma worsens or you have a parasitic infection. Headache and sore throat may occur. Ask your doctor if Fasenra is right for you.
You know what's up? If something's free, people just can't resist it. Doesn't matter what it is.
Oh, is that picture free? Yeah. I mean,
But what really? If the people turn down free money by not switching to Geico, customers could save $900, you know. Oh, free bank, sir? It's not quite. What? Excuse me, sorry. Do you have this in extra small?
oversized is in. Totally.
It feels good to find the right fit. It feels good to Geico.
This is the final boarding call.
I need to send this file before I lose an intensive service.
Hey, if we miss this flight, we'll miss the presentation.
We gotta go, people.
American Airlines.
I have to finish our Mydays in an hour.
Wait, Greg, AT&T.
You can finish it later on the flight.
There is no later.
We have free in-flight Wi-Fi sponsored by AT&T.
Why did anyone tell me?
Right. Unbelievable.
They look familiar.
He looks like my ex-boyfriend. Oh.
Still dealing with moderate to severe ulcerative colitis or Crohn's disease symptoms despite treatment? Then you know there could be unpredictability.
Workarounds. And avoiding.
It was time to make a change.
I changed. I changed too.
A doctor recommended you invoke a once daily pill.
I got rapid symptom relief for 2 weeks. Check. Rinvoq helped physically repair my intestinal lining. Check.
Which means few to no symptoms. Check. Rinvoq can lower ability to fight infections. Before treatment, test for TB and do blood work. Serious infections, blood clots, some fatal. Cancers including lymphoma and skin. Serious allergic reactions, GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke occurred. CV event risk increases in age 50 plus with the heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctor if you've had these events, infection, Hep B, or C, smoked, or pregnant or planning. Don't take if allergic or have an infection.
Put UC and Crohn's in check. And keep them there with Rinvoq.
Ask your gastroenterologist about Rinvoq.
It's gonna be alright. Sunshiny day.
Thousands of bottles of children's ibuprofen recalled. But that's just the start.
We have a problem that needs to be fixed.
A deeper look at safety concerns linked to many generic drugs. Local 12 investigates. Monday at 6. Local 12. Your home for March Madness. Breaking news alerts and the Weather Authority forecast. This is Good Morning Cincinnati, live on Local 12.
What a difference a day makes. Yesterday we had a high of 81 degrees. Today you are going to be 31 degrees colder with a high of only 50 as you start out with more wet weather. Hi, I'm Local 12 News meteorologist Tara Blake. So 58 is where we should be, so we're going backwards. Remember yesterday I took you to June, and now we're going back to March. And we'll work our way back up to some milder air. So thankfully we don't stay down for long, but today, tomorrow, noticeably colder. 65 for a high on Sunday. We'll bump you up to 80 by Tuesday. But while we do have milder temperatures into next week, we also have a good bit of rain and storm chances. We're right now seeing one of our bigger opportunities. Then you have dry conditions for Saturday. I'd say take advantage of Saturday. Probably going to be a good day to get some yard work done as we see a few showers Sunday, a little bit of a chance on Monday, another small chance Tuesday, and bigger opportunities midweek next week as well. What looks like maybe even some heavy rain for us too. So for this morning, yes, we have area-wide wet weather on radar, but it is starting to fade. We do look at moderate pockets shifting farther south and east. I think by 9 o'clock, a lot of us going to be drying out. We can still see some additional light activity even in the afternoon, but most of us will dry out. We'll notice the temperatures more, the breezy winds, the colder air. 50 for a high. Models even trending towards bringing in a little winter weather late. I think we'll be drying out at the surface, so a lot of that won't make its way to the ground if we see anything at all. But wet weather's not done with us. Dry Saturday, where there's that little bit of activity on Sunday. Monday as well. I think Tuesday chances are pretty small, but you're going to notice the difference with an official line and front moving in, causing showers and thunderstorms and rounds, moisture surging back in for that Friday time frame. So next week is a bit more on the soggy side. So we're getting into that soggy season. Forecast and high today, only 50. Will feel colder because of the wind. 50 for a high tomorrow with more sunshine, less winds. We'll feel pretty good as the Reds are back in action. Reds will continue on Sunday at a high of 65. And if you have tickets on Sunday, even though we have that small rain chance, no reason to cancel plans. Games against the Pirates will be just fine for us there Monday and Tuesday. We jump up to 80, which will feel nice and warm, but we'll fall again by Thursday of next week. Stay updated with this roller coaster ride with our free Weather Authority app.
I'm Altima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Are you Marsha?
I am.
Thanks for meeting me here. Usually not an interweb dating guy. Barely ever use this form tutor. Unless you step out of my insurance with Liberty Liberty.
Oh, same. I hate this thing, but it's true. You can save hundreds modeling with Liberty. Liberty? Liberty.
Are you hungry? Let's get some roadside now.
And some tenure leaves.
Only pay for what you need.
When severe weather hits, trust Local 12, the weather authority. Welcome back to CBS Mornings. And now for a look at some of the morning's other headlines with Adriana Diaz. What's up?
So much love. These are the stories that caught our eye at 7:30. A judge has temporarily blocked the Trump administration's effort to label AI company Anthropic a supply chain risk, calling the government's attempt Orwellian. That label, supply chain risk, would have kept the company from doing business with government agencies, including the Pentagon. The ruling came after Anthropic filed a lawsuit alleging the administration's effort was unprecedented and unlawful. Anthropic and the Defense Department had clashed over the company's request to put limits on how the department could use its technology. Anthropic had previously been awarded a $200 million contract by the Pentagon. And listen to this, a family feud involving a Major League Baseball player has turned into a very public fight. Alec Bohm, third baseman for the Philadelphia Phillies, is suing his parents, accusing them of taking millions of his earnings from accounts they managed and using the funds for themselves. In the lawsuit, Bohm says that his parents refused to give him access to multiple accounts. They deny his claims. Through an attorney, they told CBS News they are, quote, deeply saddened by the allegations. Bohm is seeking at least $3 million in damages. Do you still have cash in your wallet? Well, if you do, it might look a little different in the near future. The Treasury Department announced Thursday it's adding President Trump's signature alongside Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent to some bills. Historically, the bills have only had the signatures of Treasury officials, making this a first for a sitting president. The department says it's being done to honor the 250th anniversary of U.S. independence. No word yet on which bills the signatures will show up on. The change is expected to roll out later this year. And finally, the music world is remembering singer-songwriter Dash Crofts. Everybody's singing! Crofts realized what happened to soft rock duo Seals and Crofts, who scored a string of hits in the 1970s. The song like, you heard it, Summer Breeze, Get Closer, and Diamond Girl. Dash Crofts was 87 years old.
Guys, there's
I don't think everybody was singing. I think it was just me and my I did used to love that.
Me too. It reminds me, it's so nostalgic for me driving with my mom in the 1970s in her car and AM radio and hearing that song come on, takes me back.
As Patty said, she remembered it too. Take you back.
Yes, yeah. So you remember it? Oh, Giselle, okay.
Yeah, okay, Giselle.
I remember that song.
Singing.
It was just so loud, it felt like everybody was singing.
Then we go back to the baseball player suing his parents. I thought, ouch, they changed your diaper.
Yeah. But no access to the, yeah, somehow they locked him out of access to some of the accounts. He's 29 years old. I was wondering, maybe he's like really young.
I hope they can work that out.
Yes, they said they love their son.
Sad to hear that.
All right, Adriana, thank you very much. All right, Michael Jordan is making headlines this week for something he knows a thing or two about. Winning. His NASCAR racing team 2311 has won 4 out of 6 games so far this season, including the Daytona 500. Earlier this month, Jordan invited Gail and our cameras to join him at a race where we got an exclusive front row seat to what life is like in the fast lane.
you know, we're here talking to you about NASCAR.
Yeah, okay.
I can't wait for you to see it.
I mean, it's like one of those bucket list interviews that you've had for years.
I just find groveling is very effective.
It took 10 years of groveling. 10 years of groveling.
Yes, but a special shout out to JT, one of the editors here, who put that together all on his own. He said, "Oh, this stuff is so good. Let me see what I can do." We saw, well, we gotta put this on TV. Thank you so much. You look great. I've been trying to get the interview for 10 years. So before the start of this race season, Jordan in 2311 took home a legal victory. They reached a settlement, an antitrust lawsuit against NASCAR, making a structural shift for the sport. So the specific details of the settlement were not disclosed, but Jordan told us he was fighting for more equity. So we asked him about taking a stand in the case. People say you certainly changed the game of basketball. Now they say with the lawsuit you changed the sport of NASCAR. Was that your intention?
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, tell me about that.
Well, when I got into the sport, obviously, a lot, as I learned, there was a lot of things that I wasn't really happy about. The sport was not set up for success long term for the individuals that's involved in the sport. Now, a dot, yeah, you know, they can
Yeah, they were doing I.
they make a living. And people that were putting on the show was not getting the type of recognition.
Compensated.
Fairly. And I didn't have a say so initially because I had to get in and understand it. No. And once I did, then we got to an opportunity where, okay, we need some changes, you know, and even if I get kicked out of the sport, even if I lose the lawsuit, I'm gonna wake up some people to understand what they're actually doing is wrong, you know, and I've been a fan. It's not like I just woke up and said, you know what, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna attack NASCAR. No, I've been involved in NASCAR, I've been a supporter of NASCAR for a long period of time.
When I read that Michael Jordan is going to take the stand, that got everybody's attention. Tell me your thinking about, I'm going to get on the stand, I'm going to testify. And were you nervous?
Oh yeah, I was definitely.
Were you nervous?
Figure it out. I mean, I was nervous. Any courtroom makes me nervous because that's not where I want to be, really.
Yes.
100%. But no, I knew that, you know, once I took the stand, I would actually want to be lit.
So that tablet, I never heard from Ben. It's a Microsoft thing that's going on with his account, and I was looking at it this morning even, trying to figure out what the hell's going on. I was able to log in, but you can't log in with his primary alias, the Tony.Meltabrink or whatever. When I logged in with Anthony at WegmanCompany.com, that worked fine, because he has a few aliases. We switched over to the first dot last name, right? So log into the iPad with that so he can get going. When I logged into his, correct, because when I logged in with Anthony at WegmanCompany.com through Microsoft directly, it let me in and it had the actual email address, Tony. Like, it's got the right email address once I logged in as his username. So something's fucked up on Microsoft on the back end for his account for some reason. I got to find out why. But that'll get it working. That should get it working right now. Let me know if it doesn't. All right, we good?
I'll let you know.
Yeah.
I'll shoot you a text.
Yeah, let me know on that. But anything else, like, other than...
No, that's it. That's all I needed.
I know you're swamped. We'll talk more. I did talk to Scott a little bit about what we talked about with the gatekeeper stuff. I want to talk to you about that when you get time. Just let me know.
Okay.
All right. Good. Thanks. Bye. Do you want me to look at your keyboard today? Do you want me to look at your Bluetooth issue today? Yeah, I was going to jump on and take a look. If you're going to be away, what time are you taking off? Like for the day? Okay. I was working on one of the guys downstairs in warehouses issues with the iPad for Jake and Ben and them, and still working on the issue. But while I was in the inbox, I saw an email that was sent to Anthony from Nick about signs on doors. Are you familiar with that email that came out recently with the shelter in place sign on the doors? Nick sent it to you, and that internal communication had over 50 people on it. What struck my eye as I was just testing logging into this guy's inbox and I saw that email towards the top. I'm like, we're sending this to like 40 plus Gmail accounts and all, like outside, like this seems like internal communications that shouldn't be sent outside of our tech plan, if that makes sense. I don't know if you guys are aware of the way you guys communicate and how you guys are throwing this kind of information out there to the world on public networks, if that makes sense. Well, there's other ways to control it and to post and train people about things like this, but not put it out there into the world. And we can look at that. There's not every factory I worked at gave me an email address, but I still got notifications and information about stuff like this internally. So I'm not trying to. I'm That's fair. Listen, I'm not. All I'm trying to do is use what we're trying to build to highlight some of the things we're doing now will help. Like these, I understand that, and I don't want you to feel like you have to understand it all. Just I need you to understand how, on the technical side, data side, it's egregious. But I know you guys don't. You guys have been doing this way, and small businesses do this across the board all the day long. So these are the areas that like this wasn't that sensitive. But if Nick has the ability to blast out to 51 people, what if he got disgruntled? What if I'm just saying there's we're opening ourselves up to a lot of risk is all I'm saying. So just I don't want to turn it into a big thing. I just wanted to point it out. I sent it to the admin request that way I can use it as an example down the road. But uh, I wouldn't do that. You're a gatekeeper. That's why I'm talking to you this way. Yeah, we would. Correct. This will not come up in the next admin session. That's not the right time for this. I agree. Correct. That's getting into a weeds of a particular matter or objective, or whatever you want to call it. But It's looking at it in the big game and how it can fit into the game and get handled eventually. That's what I want. That would be the conversation around it, not working on it. How can we make this better? But see this right here, everybody. We can put it in the roadmap saying we want to improve our communicate, which is already in there. We already have roadmap items to improve our email, right? But it just the admin pipeline gives us that roadmap, so that way we can look at all the pieces that are connected. So when we do go live with the website, we can strategize and have other things tied to it because we have it all listed out in our admin pipeline. Look across the different departments with their roadmaps to see if there's anything else that connects to it. If we're putting everything that's in our heads into, like, not everything's in there yet, so there's a lot of it'll be a great tool if we adopt it. That's all I'm saying. So I know. Have a good day. Yeah. So Wegman, right track, priming them up, grooming them for Jake to take over gatekeeper. That would be ideal. Now we'll get there. They'll get there. We're all going to get there. Well, thank you, Josh Smith. All right, let's try out. Let's try it out. Why not? I need to go to the store in a minute. I'm going to need a microphone over here. Yeah, this is boring. I'm gonna get tired. See, this is where I'm going to get tired sitting on my ass, and I don't have a microphone over here, so I sound like ass. I'm sure. If you can even hear me. Let's see. Can you hear me?
My passenger prince. Yeah. Who's gonna go to the casino? I am. And then the strip club after? I am. Are you gonna drink your beer? Yeah. And be a good boy? Yeah. And then I'm gonna spit on you. Okay. Alright, babe, here. Thank you. Who's my passenger prince? Me. Yeah. Who's gonna go to the casino? I am. And then the strip club after? I am. Are you gonna drink your beer? Yeah. And be a good boy? Yeah. And then I'm gonna spit on you. Okay. Alright, babe, here.
Wait. You weren't supposed to see that. You weren't supposed to see that.
What's going on?
It's just a joke. It's a prank. It's a prank.
Lay down.
No.
Lay down. Bark for me. Bark for me. Bark for me.
Wait. You weren't supposed to see that. You weren't supposed to see that.
What's going on?
What you here for? Signals.
And I was and I was
Sometimes I need a long time, but for this one time, I'm on your fucking ass like cum dried. I heard that they don't like me, that's fine. You still a bitch, you can get this fish inside of your mouth like a jump drive. I'm dust. That's a right place. And that's a whole state. Pretty the way you are, but I like the way you make the cold face. Some friends of mine were living the dream in any way that you might define it, and suddenly.
Hello. Hello. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. All around the world. That's what we get. All around. And now we're back over here. And now we're back over here. See, look at the audio there. It's sublime. It's perfect. I can just talk into the mic here, and now I got echo. Sublime. I can into the mic here, and now I got echo. All that bass, boom, boom, bass. I like my boom, boom. I want to feel that shit in my chest. All right, I want to feel my whole body vibrating when that bass is rumbling. Yeah, boy. Yeah. I don't remember what I did with my other mic set. Where in the fuck did I put it? Dining room table. drives, anybody?
Pete Mentine is at Baltimore Washington International Airport. So, Pete, how are things looking there this morning?
That pledge by President Trump to sign an executive order to pay TSA agents and that Senate bill, really too little too late for probably thousands of people who are in line here at BWI Thurgood Marshall Airport. In fact, this line is so big, can't really believe it. You can't even photograph it. This is the security C checkpoint here at BWI. This is only the start. People who get to this point in line have been waiting about 2 hours. But look over here. This is the line continued. This line actually goes down the frontage of the terminal here, under this observation area, into the food court, loops around, comes back out here. The beginning of the line is out here. It goes from inside to outside. This is the line outside at the airport. We can't even walk the line, the entirety of it, because it's so long. Spoke to a federal agent here who's down from his office in the airport, volunteering to help keep things moving here. He tells me the line right now here at BWI between 3 hours and 10 minutes to 3 hours and 40 minutes. Totally incredible. The airport says today is their busiest day year to date in terms of passenger volume. Jonathan Dean here at BWI tells me 31,000 passengers expected. Yesterday, it was 30,000 passengers expected. And the airport's telling folks to get here at least 3 hours early to get through the checkpoint. Just look at this one more time. I mean, you really, I have to see this to believe it. It is huge. And the other thing that's happening here, you have to consider the fact that Anne Arundel County Public Schools, we're in Anne Arundel County, Maryland, spring break officially begins on Monday. So a lot of people are trying to leave town. Spoke with Southwest Airlines. This airport is the busiest in the region when it comes to flights. Southwest Airlines makes up about 70% of the market share. The airline says they're trying to do their best to get people rebooked on different flights if they can't make it through this line and to their gate. Some of the checkpoints here are closed. A is closed. B is partially open. C, the one that we're looking for the line for, that's the one that's the most open. That's the one that has the longest line. If you are coming to BWI, where there's about 30% call-out rates here for TSA agents, get here so early.
Wow, you went out the spring break. A lot of families we saw in line there behind you. We also saw some people smiling. So doing their best to remain positive, maybe making some friends with everybody else there in line for them for the wait of 3:10 to 3:40. Pete, appreciate it. Thank you. Sarah?
All right, thank you so much. Joining me now is Democratic Congressman James Walkinshaw of Virginia. He sits on the Homeland Security Committee. I first got to ask you, you have this bill pending. Your recess is coming up very quickly at the end of the day. How will you vote if this bill funds most of DHS but not ICE, which is just one of the demands the Democrats will make?
Yeah, I've been consistent for weeks now that a path forward, if Republicans aren't willing to accept the reasonable reforms for ICE and CBP, a path forward is to fund all the other DHS agencies, get our TSA agents paid. So based on what I know of the agreement and the legislation, I'll support it and I'll keep fighting to reform ICE and CBP, but I'm not going to vote to give them another dime until those reforms are in place.
I do want you to listen to one TSA worker who I talked to this week about how these frequent shutdowns, because this is not the first one, this has gone on for a very long time, more than 40 days, but how it's affecting her family. Here's what she said.
At this point, it has come to the point of like having to skip meals because I have to make sure that my kids are fed. And so if it comes down to I'll just feed them and I'll skip a meal and, you know, we'll keep stretching that dollar, so be it.
She literally is talking about skipping meals because this has gone on so long and they haven't been fully paid in 41 plus days. How do you explain to TSA workers who keep having to go through this, who keep being the ones who pay the highest price for an inability to compromise in Congress?
Two things that I would say, and it is hard to hear that TSA agent and what she has gone through. One, the deal that broke through in the Senate last night that Republicans finally agreed to, Democrats put on the table 4 weeks ago. So today Republicans are agreeing to what Democrats said should happen 4 weeks ago. All of those long lines, 4 weeks of TSA agents missing their paychecks, didn't need to happen. That's outrageous. I also introduced legislation called the True Shutdown Fairness Act, which would pay all of our federal workers, and it's not just the TSA agents who have gone unpaid, but others in DHS as well for the rest of this year. All of our federal workers have endured incredible abuse through not just the last 2 shutdowns, but the Doge chainsaw that the Trump administration has taken to them, cuts to their budget, job losses, abuse from the highest levels. It is unacceptable. We should be honoring our TSA agents and all of our federal workers.
Yeah, so many of them continue to show up to work without being paid. I certainly, whenever I go through the airport, thank them for being there. But that is certainly nothing compared to what they need, which is their paychecks. Let me move on to Iran. We are reporting, reporters getting information from their sources that there have been many different military options that have been discussed inside the Trump administration. But every single one of them are, at the very least, not ideal. And every single one that they have learned of for the possibility of troops on the ground would end in heavy, heavy casualties for the United States. What do you make of this? What needs to be done here?
Well, President Trump is doing precisely what candidate Trump criticized previous presidents for doing, which is step by step by step, going further and further and further, ultimately getting us into a quagmire in the Middle East. And boots on the ground would be another big step toward that quagmire. It is unacceptable to me. It's unacceptable to, I think, all Democrats in Congress and even some Republicans. It shouldn't happen. There's no reason for it to happen. We need a president focused on bringing down gas prices, which are $4 a gallon or approaching it, not driving them up with this reckless war in the Middle East. We've already lost 13 American lives. That is 13 too many. We should bring our troops home and end this reckless, unauthorized war.
Congressman James Walkinshaw, thank you for being here. I hope the job gets done today to fund the TSA workers. Erica?
The Justice Department is facing the first major test of its push to investigate President Trump's 2020 election defeat. What you can expect today, a big day ahead in court. Plus, the International Olympic Committee banning transgender women from the games. We'll take a closer look at the reason behind that decision. Plus, the pickle craze reaching new heights. KFC rolling out, what else? A puffer jacket that is perfect for pickle lovers. Because, of course.
CNN News Info, brought to you by Big Guard and Trula.
CIDP is no walk in the park.
That's true.
But I take Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection.
Same. It's the first major innovation in CIDP treatment in over 30 years.
Vyvgart Hytrulo has been proven to significantly reduce the risk of symptoms getting worse.
And I can treat my CIDP with one weekly self-injection.
Don't use if allergic to the ingredients. It can increase risk of infection and serious allergic infusion or injection-related reactions. Get help right away if you have rash, hives, swelling of the face, lips, throat, or tongue, breathing problems, low blood pressure, or fainting. Tell your doctor if you have infection or fever, high blood pressure, chills, or shivering, chest, stomach, or back pain, vaccinations, allergies, or kidney problems. Most common side effects include respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions.
I'm hitting fairways with the fellas.
I'm hitting the road with my number one.
That's how we live vividly with
Vyvgart Hytrulo.
Ask your neurologist about Vyvgart and Hytrulo for self-injection.
Remember when joy just happened? No plan, no reason. Smiles showed up with no invitation. Here, the water comes everywhere. And says, never forget us. Never, they just love.
There's no chance you really releasing an album.
Yeah, I will post it.
Everyone has an opinion. Make money on yours. With value, trade on the future of almost anything. It's as simple as yes or no. The world's largest prediction market, right at your fingertips. Galaxy is available in all 50 states. Users get a bonus when they sign up to trade. Galaxy,
Straight on to
Got eyelid itching and crusties that won't go away? It could be
Demodex blepharitis, and we're Demodex mites, but we love making us comfortable here.
with one drop in each eye twice a day. You can kill the mites in just 6 weeks. Don't touch the tip of the mark or any surface to minimize contamination. Wait 15 minutes before inserting contact lenses. The most common side effects are stinging and burning in 1 out of 10 patients. It's not you, it's Demodex mites.
These bills are crazy.
no idea she's sitting on a gold mine. She doesn't know that if she owns a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, she can sell all or part of it to Coventry for cash, even a term policy. Even a term policy? Even a term!
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-461-8800 or visit CoventryDirect.com.
Forget the warm-up. They're on fire with more MLB games than anyone. Welcome to the big leagues, kid.
How old are you?
Where's your pain?
Right here.
Both knees.
Take on the pain with Copperfield Mobilizer Hyper Advanced Compression Sleeves, powered by Lumicore. Blue infrared fibers, woven in compression fabric, increase circulation to reduce inflammation for faster recovery.
It's more than just a compression sleeve, and it's really cool that Copperfield was the ones who created
Pain free. It's what I'm giving there. It's working for me. It's going to work.
Get yours at mobilizer.com.
Go ahead. Right the volume. USB it's a month.
The Trump Justice Department's probe of the 2020 election is getting its first public test in court. A federal judge is hearing arguments in a lawsuit related to the FBI raid of the Fulton County Georgia election. Agents took ballots and other election materials back in January. Let's go to CNN's chief legal affairs correspondent, Paula Reed. You have been following all of the developments throughout this. Give us some sense of what we're expecting to happen as this hits the court system and decisions have to be made.
We're watching this so closely today, Sarah, because this is the first time that the Trump Justice Department's efforts to reach back into the 2020 election really being tested in court. And remember that decision to search that election headquarters down in Atlanta and seize the 2020 election materials by the Trump Justice Department, this was unprecedented. So that's why we're watching very closely today to see what this judge does. Now, this is a Trump-appointed judge, already shown some deference to the Justice Department, noting that, look, this is a federal investigation, so it's entitled to broad latitude, but he also overruled the DOJ that didn't even think they needed to have a hearing. So today, county officials in Fulton County, they are going to try to convince this judge that those materials that were seized, that they need to be handed back. Now, I have pressed Justice Department officials on what is behind this decision to revisit something that was already looked at by Trump's previous Attorney General, Bill Barr. They didn't find enough to pursue a full-blown investigation. And what they told me is they believe that, look, this was signed off on by a judge, right? There was a search warrant that was approved by a judge. That was their defense of this. They didn't provide anything new or say there was a new development. And of course, county officials have said that search warrant omitted key information that would have been helpful to the judge. And they also emphasize how a lot of what was used to support that search warrant, they are claims that have been debunked from Trump allies. So we're going to be watching this hearing so closely today because it's not just about Fulton County, right? This comes as President Trump says he wants to, quote, federalize elections. We know that there's been law enforcement activity in other key swing states. So we're looking to see how far are the courts going to let the Trump DOJ reach into our election systems.
Yeah, I mean, look, in the past, during this election cycle, there were, 60 courts that knocked down this idea that there was massive fraud that swayed the election. Here we are again. We'll see what this court does. And this was a big surprise when we saw this happen there in Fulton County to everyone, including Fulton County officials. Thank you so much for your reporting on all of this. You've been keeping track of everything. All right, breaking coming up. The Senate voting unanimously to fund most of DHS, including TSA workers, but the House now has to act. Will they do it in time? When could TSA workers get paid? And will the lines get back to normal anytime soon if that happens? We'll explore that. Also, the search is on in Wisconsin for a missing kangaroo who is sporting a special diaper.
Amazon offers hourly employees health care on day one for the whole family. Amazon offers hourly employees health care for $5 a week with $5 co-pays.
Safety. Should I go home?
No, that's my thing.
Doctors recommend Colay stool softener for gentle, dependable relief from constipation. It's so gentle, doctors even recommend it during pregnancy and after surgery. Colay increases water in the stool, making it softer so it's easier to go. No more laxatives, cramping, or straining. Colay.
The grind catches up with everyone, even me. That's why I trust Cunol Ultra High Absorption Turmeric to support my joint health. It's the #1 doctor-recommended form of turmeric. It helps you keep doing the things you love at every age. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Hi, I'm Jay Jackson. For almost 20 years, Abacus Life has been purchasing life insurance policies for seniors. And in just seconds, you can use the free calculator at abacuspays.com to learn what your policy might be worth.
The premiums were getting unreasonable.
We just didn't need the coverage anymore.
Don't sell or lapse your policy without going to abacuspays.com first. There are no fees and no obligations. Get the real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus.
Take an EKG from anywhere, but with 6 times the data. Will your smartwatch do that? Meet Cardio Mobile 6L, the personal EKG that provides 6 times more data than any smartwatch at a fraction of the cost. And it detects 3 of the most common arrhythmias in just 30 seconds, including atrial fibrillation, bradycardia, and tachycardia. Get the #1 doctor-recommended personal EKG. On sale now for just $99 during our spring sale at cardio.com or Amazon.
These days, the world is moving faster than ever, but I like to say, not so fast when it comes to a progressive disease like chronic kidney disease. Jardiance is a living pill proven to slow the progression of CKD and reduce the risk of kidney failure, which can lead to dialysis.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine and infection between and around the anus and genitals. Both may be fatal. Severe allergic reactions, dehydration, urinary tract or genital yeast infections in men and women, and low blood sugar. Stop taking and tell your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, rash, swelling, trouble breathing or swallowing. Tell your doctor about lightheadedness, weakness, fever, pain, tenderness, redness, or swelling between the anus and genitals. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Find the goodness of slow by saying not so fast CKD. Ask your doctor about Jardiance.
Great chicken deserves real Belgian waffles. Saint-Pierre, eat avec respect.
Soft or firm?
Why not both? Introducing the new Comfort Mode mattress from Sleep Number.
I have a lot to say, so everybody buckle up.
Shit has its purposes.
Vital Farms farmers give their heads a lot of attention. Is it really necessary to give them that much?
Nope. Vital Farms. Good eggs, no shortcuts.
Mom, I'm hungry.
Growl. We haven't eaten in like an hour. Oh boy. Hot Pockets. So cheesy. Wait, Mom. Thank you. Hot Pockets.
I doubt that my books are on the shelves at hallowed institution.
They aren't.
College, you get to reinvent yourself.
That's kind of hot around here. You're a bad boy.
This morning, House lawmakers must now decide the future of a Senate-passed bill to reopen the Department of Homeland Security. But that bill faces a challenge, and even if the House does pass it today before leaving for a 2-week recess, it's unclear how soon TSA staffers who haven't been paid for more than 40 days will get paid, and if those who have quit or called out will return to the job. The most recent DHS numbers show nearly 500 officers have quit since the shutdown began last month. On Wednesday, more than 3,100 TSA officers did not show up to work. Many are wrestling with paying for gas, paying for food, paying for housing, and childcare. Also, it's unclear how soon TSA agents will get paid when the shutdown ends. TSA officers had to wait 14 to 30 days to get their back pay after the last government shutdown, which was just last fall, by the way. CNN's Ed Lavandera is at Houston's George Bush Intercontinental Continental Airport. It's hard for me to go to because I know it's just miserable for folks there. Tell me what you see in this morning.
Well, this is our 5th day here at this airport, and there's one conversation that has been consistent and has happened to be over and over as people have walked past us quickly, and they asked me to say one thing, to tell the politicians in Washington they're doing a terrible job. That's what people have been telling me over and over throughout this morning and yesterday and the day before, and that is kind of speaks to the level of frustration that so many people here are having. Once again, we're seeing long lines here at George Bush Intercontinental Airport. This is just part of the line. You can see once again it's still filling up the area on the floor just below where these makeshift TSA lines have had to be put in place here. That is an area that is normally the baggage claim area. We've been joking around that there's a Starbucks being built and a Chili's restaurant, and the question is, will these restaurants be built before these people get to the front of the line? We've seen people reading books as they're going through. They have to make the line down there. They come out here, and then they have to go outside into the area, which is normally a passenger drop-off area outside where there are 8 makeshift lines out there. Then they get to come back inside and make their way back toward the terminal. So just a massive headache, and that is because there is about a 40% roughly throughout the week close, hovering around there, of a TSA call out here at George Bush Intercontinental Airport. So that has led to the situation where at best there are about half of the security lines opening and fully functioning here at any given time. Sarah?
Yeah, and it does depend on the airport. I mean, Atlanta, Houston, LaGuardia, it's all having problems this morning, but there are some lines like Newark that are doing okay this morning. It is where you pick and choose that you have to go. You never know what you're going to get. At Lavandera, thank you so much. To appreciate your reporting throughout the week. Erica?
All right, sir, thanks. Joining us now, Democratic Congressman Eric Swalwell of California. He sits on the Homeland Security Committee. He's also, of course, running for governor of California. Congressman, good to have you with us this morning. I understand timing is still up in the air at this point, but my colleagues out there with you on the Hill are reporting that House Democrats are leaning towards supporting the Senate bill. Are you in that camp?
Yes, I have always said that I will support TSA, every other part of DHS. I'm not giving a penny to ICE or Border Patrol. And the reason why, Erica, is that Americans have seen what ICE has done to our community. And this White House thinks that they can execute Americans in the streets and then have Americans wait millions of hours in lines at the airports, and that we won't forget the chaos. And I can't speak for the rest of the country. I can speak for Californians. And from Modesto to Monterey, from Folsom, they are saying hell no to the way that this White House is running the Department of Homeland Security. They don't want another penny for ICE or Border Patrol. They want TSA to be paid immediately. That's what we have the opportunity to do now.
Well, in terms of what may or may not happen, I just want to read for you. So Jake Sherman over at Punchbowl just tweeting from Speaker Johnson, calling him somewhat non-committal on passing the bill. So he's tweeting Speaker Johnson said, quote, "We want to solve these problems as quickly as possible, but we also understand this dangerous gambit about not funding security of the border and the ability to deport criminal illegal aliens is a serious problem for the country." And he goes on to say, they are inflicting this upon the people. What's your reaction to that from the Speaker and what that means for this potential?
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this. If there's such a problem of violent immigrants in our country, why were they able to put thousands of ICE agents in our airports to hand out bottles of water? I mean, it just shows that this was a solution in search of a problem, and the American people have asked for violent individuals to be removed, and we have now found out that 94% of the people who have been arrested and deported are nonviolent individuals. And so the real issue that we have in our country right now is that there's a lack of trust between Americans and ICE and Border Patrol, and nobody is asking for more funding for Border Patrol. Everyone would like to wait a lot less time at the airport.
Last quick question for you when it comes to this funding. Senator Schumer, after this was passed in the wee hours, touting the fact that the Democratic caucus had remained united throughout the shutdown. Is that a win for Democrats?
It's a win for the American people, but it's Democrats showing that when we fight, we can win. And in the past, we've seen this approach where you send 8-page, strongly worded letters objecting to policies of the White House, and instead, show not tell leadership actually can deliver and yield results. And I think you're going to see the same thing under Speaker to be Jeffries in the House today.
Let's talk Iran if we could for a moment. The president, our reporting, is reviewing multiple options. Every single one of those carries a risk of heavy casualties and very little guarantee that any of those options would successfully end the conflict in Iran. There are also a number of Republican lawmakers arguing they've really been in the dark here about the administration's long-term plans and are mostly united when it comes to drawing a line on ground troops being deployed. That being said, Speaker Johnson said earlier this week that additional funding for the Pentagon would probably be part of a second Republican-only reconciliation bill. How do you imagine that playing out in this moment?
I don't imagine there's going to be a lot of support from Democrats, and there's Republicans who I've talked to who are also very nervous about supporting a war that has no plan and no justification for why we did it. In fact, the president seems more focused and has more planning for the new ballroom at the White House than he does for the Middle East. And when I talk to Californians, here's what they tell you. When Joe Biden took office back in 2021, fast forward to today, we're paying $2 more in gas because of the president's foreign policy. On tariffs, on the goods that we consume in California, we're paying a lot more because of the president's tariff policy. And so he's costing us in every way, and people just wanted to focus on the reason he ran for president, ostensibly, which was to bring down the costs. He's done the opposite. He has raised the costs, and he said he would have fewer wars. He's added more conflicts to the map.
Lastly, real quick before I let you go, your colleague, Representative Sheila McCormick, appeared before the House Ethics Committee yesterday. This is over allegations, right? The federal disaster relief funds were used for her 2021 campaign. Should she be expelled?
That's coming before the Congress, and if she broke the law, she should be. We all have to be held to the same standard, and I know that if it gets out of that committee and goes to the floor, we'll have to weigh that on the merits. She's entitled to due process, but no one, not a member of Congress, certainly not the President of the United States, is above the law.
Congressman, I appreciate your time this morning. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Just ahead here, we are hearing from the director of a new documentary exploring the world of AI, taking a closer look at what's really at stake if we get this wrong. Plus, KFC with the puffer jacket that is already on Sarah Sider's Christmas wish list. Why? It packs a punch of pickles. Yeah, and it looks like it keeps them cool and ready to access whenever you need it. Especially last night. I'll be right back.
Your mental health is better, but having uncontrollable body movements called TD, tardive dyskinesia, can feel embarrassing.
I asked my doctor about treating my TD with Ingrezza.
#1 prescribed Ingrezza reduced TD movements by greater than 10 times, with most seeing a response as early as 2 weeks. And you can keep taking most mental health meds.
Ingrezza can cause depression, suicidal thoughts, or actions in patients with Huntington's disease. Call your doctor if you become depressed, have sudden behavior, mood changes, or suicidal thoughts. Don't take Ingrezza if allergic. Serious side effects may include allergic reactions like sudden, potentially fatal swelling and hives, sleepiness, the most common side effect, and heart rhythm problems. Know how Ingrezza affects you before operating a car or dangerous machinery. Report fever, stiff muscles, or problems thinking, as these might be life-threatening. Shaking, stiffness, drooling, and trouble with moving or balance may occur.
Taking control starts with asking your doctor about Ingrezza.
Hi, Phil Swift here for Flex Seal. Liquid rubber in a can. It's sprayed down as a thick liquid, and it dries to a strong, flexible, rubberized coating. Get Flex Seal, now with a great new look.
Hi, my name is Damian Clark. And if you have both Medicare and Medicaid, I have some really encouraging news that you'll definitely want to hear. Depending on the plans available in your area, you may be eligible to get extra benefits with the Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. These plans have a $0 monthly plan premium. Most plans include the Humana Healthy Options Allowance. Get over $1,000 a year. That's $85 a month to help pay for covered over-the-counter items, like vitamins, pain relievers, first aid supplies, and more. The Healthy Options allowance is loaded onto a prepaid card each month, and whatever you don't spend carries over from each month. Call today to learn about all the items covered. You can have $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions all year long, including select brand name drugs. All plans have $0 copays for covered preventive dental services, which include 2 free cleanings a year, as well as coverage towards fillings. They also have vision coverage, including vision exams and a yearly allowance towards eyewear, such as lenses or contacts. And hearing coverage, which includes routine hearing exams and coverage towards hearing aids. Plus, your doctor, hospital, and pharmacy may already be part of our large Humana networks. So call the number on your screen now to speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. Wouldn't you love benefits like a monthly allowance to help pay for covered over-the-counter items? So if you have Medicare and Medicaid, call the number on your screen now and speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. If you're eligible, they can even help enroll you over the phone in a Humana Medicare Advantage dual eligible special needs plan. So call now. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
Have you ever felt so sluggish that it was like you were stuck in your chair? Like you didn't feel energetic enough for even routine activity? I've been there. As a doctor, I knew this could be a sign that my digestive system wasn't working at its best. So I followed the same advice I give my patients and started taking Metamucil fiber every day.
Metamucil is the only leading brand with plant-based psyllium fiber that gels to help trap and remove waste so you can feel lighter in as little as 14 days.
After trying it for 2 weeks, I decided to keep taking Metamucil every day to help meet my health goals.
Metamucil psyllium fiber also helps control cravings between meals, helps lower cholesterol to support heart health, and helps maintain healthy blood sugar levels. That's why Metamucil is the #1 fiber brand recommended by doctors, pharmacists,
And gastroenterologists like me.
Metamucil. Digestive health starts here. Scan to shop or visit these fine retailers today.
Eva Longoria searching for France. Here's April 12th on CNN. Next day on the CNN app.
So how are working class Americans feeling about the job that Donald Trump is doing? We've got our data chief here, Harry Enton, joining us. How are people feeling who are making $50K or under, which is considered, from statistics, the working class in America?
The working class, those making 50K or less, those making under 50K, were a big swing vote. We're a big swing vote in the 2024 election. Trump was able to win, and that was a very important part of his coalition. But look at this now. Look at the net approval rating that he has with those making under 50. Down it goes. Look at that. That's a 26-point switcheroo in the latest average of polls. Look at that, minus 24 points. The working class voters are abandoning Donald Trump. Those who have put him over the top in 2024 are saying, you know what? Not for me right now.
Look, the two big issues were the economy and immigration. Those poll after poll showed us that it would bring us, that that's what people cared about, whether they were working class or not. So what is it this time that has really made people sour?
It's, to quote James Carville, it's the economy, stupid, or the economy smarty when I'm talking with you, Sarah.
Nice try.
No, I try. I'm trying to, but look, if you look at those who, again, making under 50K, who they trusted more on the economy back during the 2024 election, what you see that they trusted Donald Trump over Kamala Harris. Look at that, by a 5-point margin. And then they have completely shifted away from the President of the United States. He is way underwater. We're talking well more than a 20-point shift away from the President of the United States. His net approval rating with them right now is absolutely atrocious when it comes to the economy. They have seen what has happened. They have seen what has happened on tariffs. They have seen what has happened with the war. They've seen the gas prices go up. And you just say to yourself, if you're a voter making under 50K, the economy, it is not where we want it to be. And therefore, we are turning against Trump on the economy, and we are turning against him overall as well.
Made some promises to get this fixed quickly, and people are still very much hurting. Things still very expensive. Give us some sense of how this might impact Congress for 2026, which is quickly, the midterms are quickly approaching.
Okay, so this is what's so important here, right? Something could be happening in Donald Trump, but it's not necessarily going to impact the race for Congress. That's not the case here. That is not the case here. I mean, just take a look at the choice for Congress for those who are making under 50K. Look at this. In 2024, they went with the GOP by a very similar margin. They went for Donald Trump, right? A 2-point win for Republicans amongst those making under 50K. But now they are favoring Democrats by 12 points on average. This, to me, looks a lot more like 2018 when Democrats were able to win back the U.S. House of Representatives than it looks like 2024 when, of course, Republicans were able to hold on to their House majority and win the presidency. 2018, the good times may be coming back for Democrats, at least with those making under 50K.
Well, the tariffs certainly have had an impact on all voters, working class in particular, because the less money you have and the more expensive things are, you know, it makes things tighter and tighter. So the question is there any chance that the Americans suffering through this are going to get some kind of stimulus check from tariffs? Like you're rolling
that ain't gonna happen. I mean, you know,
there was a promise.
There was a promise
or whatever.
There was a promise. Some Democrats are actually trying to revive it in Congress, but at this point, you look at the cash prediction market. There is just a very low chance of that happening. That chance has been declining over the last few months, obviously, as you got that Supreme Court ruling coming in on tariffs. Right. And so at this point, what you're looking at is well less than a 50% chance that they get those tariff checks by 2027. So, you know what, at the end of the day, what we're seeing is those working class voters have turned against the President of the United States. They were a key swing vote in 2024. And at this point, that swing vote is swinging towards the Democrats, and it may swing them back in the majority in the House of Representatives and maybe the Senate as well.
A lot of warning signs there, Harry Hansen. Thank you so much. We will be right back.
The Odds, brought to you by Kalshi Prediction Market.
We know why you've put off your best smile. The time, the cost, the anxiety. That's why Aspen Dental is changing how dentistry is done. With leading implant and denture technology and on-site labs that get you in and out. No waiting for tomorrow. Now's your time to experience the Aspen Dental difference. Get started with zero down, zero interest, paid in full within 18 months. Aspen Dental. It's time to smile again.
Doctors recommend Colay stool softener for gentle, dependable relief from constipation. It's so gentle, doctors even recommend it during pregnancy and after surgery. Colay increases water in the stool, making it softer so it's easier to go. Also available in delicious gummies and soft chews.
Safe like repair, safe like replace.
Ooh, that's rough. At least with SafeLight, you can get that fixed any way you want.
Any way I want. It's the way you need it.
I'll schedule a shape fix while I get my hair touched. Yep, they can fix my glass while we fish for bass. If you want, they can recalibrate my safety features while I'm sitting holding my comfy pants.
That one doesn't rhyme, but sure.
Get it fixed any way you want at SafeLight.com.
Hair, safe like replace.
Meet Grace. She has Demodex blepharitis. She wakes up with itchy, crusty eyelids every morning. Now meet the Demodex mites. They wake up thriving, but Grace is over this endless routine. Oh, Grace, ask your doctor about Xdemvy, a prescription that targets and kills the mites. Don't touch the tip of the bottle to your eye or any surface to minimize contamination. Wait 15 minutes before inserting contact lenses. The most common side effects are stinging and burning in 1 out of 10 patients. Break the cycle. Kill the mites.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash payment.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies. Or call 1-800-481-1700. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
If you have wet AMD or DME, you never want to lose sight of the things you love. And your condition doesn't have to steal the moment. Long-lasting EYLEA HD delivers powerful vision improvements that can save your vision for the future. EYLEA HD is the only treatment for wet AMD and DME that helped at least 8 out of 10 people go up to 4 months between injections after 3 initial monthly treatments. Don't take EYLEA HD if you have an eye infection, eye pain, redness, or are allergic to it. Eye injections like EYLEA HD may cause eye infection, separation of the retina, rare but severe swelling of blood vessels in the eye, or increased eye pressure. There is an uncommon risk of heart attack or stroke. There's still so much to see. Ask about next generation EYLEA HD, a treatment retina specialists trust.
I have a lot to say, so everybody buckle up.
Oh shit, those is privileges.
It's time for a new kind of value menu. Hello, Panera's new mix and match menu.
The Home Depot has fast, free delivery, so you can get everything you need for out there or in here without having to go anywhere. Order today, fast, free delivery from the Home Depot.
Smarter insights, faster foresight, stronger decisions. Discover an AI-native ERP for modern finance teams into an enterprise suite. Get real-time clarity on what's driving your business through AI-powered business intelligence. Learn more today.
The Situation Room with Wolf Blitzer Battle Around, next on CNN.
This is a really important development to share with you this hour. KFC UK unveiling a new jacket. It's got a built-in snack storage, a clear puffer. Look at this. What is that filled with, you ask? No, not the color of the seasoned green. It's pickles. Yes, the jacket is in celebration of the new pickle-themed menu available exclusively in the UK and Ireland. Bad news here, it's not for sale. You can win it, though, through a giveaway on Instagram. It comes with a straw, so you can even drink the pickle juice. And by the way, it may be just meat. So backstage, there's this jar of pickles that belongs to Berman and Sarah. But look, there's just like one sad little pickle left.
So, but we can use the jacket.
So if you have the jacket, maybe you could have more pickles backstage. There we go. So we know what Sarah and Berman are hopefully getting for Christmas. KFC UK, if you're listening, they have needs. Lastly, the kangaroo on the lam. An entire community in central Wisconsin is now searching for a missing kangaroo. This adorable little guy in his denim diaper, or maybe it's jorts, we're not sure. His name is Chesney. He escaped from Sunshine Farm. He lives there with his brother. Wait for it. Kenny and Chesney, or just Kenny Chesney. He has been spotted bouncing around. He got scared by a barking dog, apparently. So he jumped out. He's been running around. The problem is he's too fast to catch, so everybody's on the lookout. Cute guy.
Yeah, adorable. And do you know what
Goes back Chesney.
one of Kenny Chesney's songs is? All I Want for Christmas is a Real Good Tan. So I just let you know that the little kangaroo is already got one. So everything's good.
He does have a tan. All Sarah wants for Christmas is a pickle jacket.
That's it. That's all I want. It's very simple. New this morning, a new documentary, The AI Doc, or How I Became a Apocalyptimist, is exploring the rise of artificial intelligence as well as its potential risks to humanity. The film features interviews with some of the biggest names in AI, including OpenAI's Sam Altman, while raising some really serious questions about the future of AI. Take a listen.
I know people who work on AI risk who don't expect their children to make it to high school. I have looked at this. How does AI understand, brainwash everything? It's surprisingly straightforward. Intelligence is about recognizing patterns. If you have learned those patterns, you can generate new information. AI is moving so fast.
Being deployed prematurely, there's so much potential for things to go wrong.
Why can't we just stop?
Yikes. The film's producer, Ted Trumper, and co-director, Charlie Tyrell, joining us now. Gentlemen, thank you for this, although you have gotten me feeling pretty, what's the word?
Scared?
Yeah, frightened.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. Well, first of all, what the hell is an apocalyptimist?
Well, an apocalyptimist is someone who can...
Got it. Good brief. Go ahead.
Yes. Charlie, do you want to take it, or would you like me to?
Understands. Yeah, can you hear me, Ted?
Go ahead, Charlie.
An epoch optimist is someone who understands that there's a likelihood or a possibility of things not going well, but you still have to hope for the best, so that you can not just hope for the best, but you have to believe in a possible optimistic future in order to move towards it. If you just accept that things are going to be doomed, then that's the way that we're going to go. So you have to believe and move the needle towards things going well. It's holding both things at once, because this technology is both. It's good and bad at the same time, because both things are possible with it.
So on the heels of that, though, there's a question to Sam Altman here, which is, head of OpenAI. When in the film you say, I want you to tell me something is going to go well, and he says that's impossible.
Yeah, that's one of the challenging things with AI is that it's truly impossible to separate the promise of AI from the peril of AI. So we need to, as a species and as a planet, look at both of those things, and each in our individual lives move the needle towards getting the most promising things while avoiding the peril, which is truly possible.
What is one of the biggest perils that you noticed as you're talking to all these different people? You're talking to engineers, you're talking to the heads of the biggest companies that are focusing on AI. What were some things that perhaps frightened you, or at least made you go, oh my God, like this is potentially really problematic?
I mean, the dangers range.
I'll let you take that.
Yeah, the dangers of the people have really compelling cases of mass unemployment ranging up to 50-60% of society being unemployed, all the way to human extinction. And on the flip side, there's the possibility of curing all disease. So it's that each person in their individual silos, the optimist and the pessimist, can make really compelling cases for either side. And that's why we're sort of left in this middle, wondering what's going to happen. And that's where kind of our human agency kicks in. Like, we have to actually act together and steer the ship.
Charlie, the trailer that we just showed, there's a person at the end who says, why can't we just stop? I think a lot of people may feel that way. It's just moving so quickly that it's hard to keep up. It's kind of hard to wrap your head around. Is the sense that you got that it's too far gone to stop? Or is there perhaps a growing movement of people who are saying, let's try to slow this down and manage it better?
There are. So, I mean, one of the biggest and most concerning realizations that I had making this film was the fact that there probably isn't any kind of off switch. It's a tool that we can't decide to reject. It's already here. It's like we say in the film, it's almost like the discovery of fire. But that being said, the fact that something isn't going away doesn't mean you can't live with it. And there is a movement of people and people that are organizing, including many of the subjects in our film, to speak to the advocacy for safety that's required, the advocacy for regulation, and making sure that this is done right to be something that reflects our values and our needs, rather than, possibly the greatest money-making machine ever made.
Yeah, I mean, look, I really like the idea that you guys are still optimists, but we can see the two potential dangers of this and the good that could come of this. Things like, as you mentioned, medical advancements that can be pretty incredible. Here's the thing, when it comes to regulating, Congress can't even get TSA paid for 40 days. So this is where the problem is.
They are not going to be the answer on that, I do not think. Ted Tremper, Charlie Terrell, great to have you both. The film is the AI doc, or how it became an, okay, I'm going to try to say it, apocalyptimist. There you go, in theaters today.
Have a great day. Situation yes.
I wish I wasn't afraid to smile.
I wish I could get implants. I wish I knew who to trust. I'm not looking for another quick fix.
I want to smile I know will last. Clear Choice smiles are made to stand the test of time. They're built by dental implant experts, backed by 20 years of pioneering research and a lifetime warranty on premium arches. Our smiles are built for life. Schedule your free consultation today.
Amazon offers hourly employees health care for $5 a week with $5 copays.
Safety.
Should I go, Mom?
No. Don't tell your mother anything any of this.
Amazon offers hourly employees health care on day one for the whole family.
Swift here for Flex Seal. Liquid rubber in a can. Its spray valve is a thick liquid, and it dries to a strong, flexible, rubberized coating. Get Flex Seal, now with a great new look.
The little pill with a big story.
Jardiance plays a role in my story, too. I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well with Jardiance, a once daily pill that helps lower my A1C. It works 24/7 in the body to flush out some sugar.
After adults with type 2 diabetes and no heart disease, Jardiance can lower the risk of cardiovascular death, too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine and infection between and around the anus and genitals. Both may be fatal. Severe allergic reactions, dehydration, urinary tract or genital yeast infections in men and women, and low blood sugar. Stop taking it. Tell your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, rash, swelling, trouble breathing or swallowing. Tell your doctor about lightheadedness, weakness, fever, pain, tenderness, redness, or swelling between the anus and genitals. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardiance is a little pill with a big story to tell. And if you ask me, it's pretty swell. Action!
You grew up. When did you outgrow this? There's no age limit on growth. Here, the water welcomes everyone and says, never get too old for anything. Never lose your splash.
Okay, you got this. It's just a laxative. How scary could it be? You can do hard things.
Honey, relax. It's Miralax. It works with the water in your body to hydrate and soften for gentle relief. Relax. It's Miralax.
Ooh.
Thank you.
Your food is ready, finally.
Thank you so much.
Routine is anything but routine. Your smile is your strength. Spending ad dollars on leads that don't turn into revenue? That's like blowing budget on office furniture that's all flair, no function. We call that bull spend. Invest in what looks good to your CFO. LinkedIn delivers the highest return on ad spend of major ad networks. Cut the bull spend. Advertise on LinkedIn, the network that works for you.
I doubt that my books are on the shelves at Hallowed Institution.
They aren't.
This is college. You get to reinvent yourself.
That kind of hot around here.
You're a bad boy.
It's happening now. Breaking news. A Senate deal to fund Homeland Security, but the bill must now pass the House as TSA workers miss yet another paycheck today. I'll speak to several TSA officers over the next 2 hours. Plus, threat delayed. President Trump says he'll hold off on targeting Iranian energy sites for 10 days, as the Israeli defense minister says strikes on Iran will, quote, escalate and expand. And later, first public court test. Right now, the U.S. Justice Department is in front of a judge defending its seizure of 2020 election ballots in Georgia. Welcome to our viewers here in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer. Pamela Brown is off. You're in the Situation Room. This is CNN Breaking News. So we begin with the breaking news right now. The House is in session and getting ready to consider a breakthrough to pay TSA workers for the first time since February. And that would mean relief is on the way eventually for travelers spending hours and hours in TSA lines sprawling across many U.S. airports. Overnight, the U.S. Senate voted unanimously to fund most of the Homeland Security Department, including TSA. Democrats successfully demanded that new funds for ICE and Border Patrol be withheld to force debate over reforms.
Democrats didn't actually want a solution. They wanted an issue. Politics over policy.
In the wake of the murders of Renee Good and now it's ready. Senate Democrats were clear. No blank check for a lawless ICE and Border Patrol.
There is bipartisan support in the House to approve this deal before Congress begins a 2-week recess that's scheduled to begin later today. Just before Senate approval, President Trump said he would order DHS to pay TSA workers now that may not necessarily be necessary. It's not yet clear when they'll get that paycheck and all of their back pay. TSA workers are voicing their frustration that led to 500 of their colleagues simply quitting. All my saving that I put aside for other purpose has been used up. So that's frustrating because I will have to rebuild all the savings I had.
It has come to the point of like having to skip meals because I have to make sure that my kids are fed.
We're covering all the angles of this very important unfolding story from airports around the country to the White House and here in Washington up on Capitol Hill. Let's begin with CNN congressional correspondent Lauren Fox. She's there on Capitol Hill. Lauren, the Senate passed bill goes to the House of Representatives now. So how does that play out today?
Well, I think, Wolf, there are still a lot of unanswered questions right now. How quickly House Republicans may agree to this, as well as whether or not they're going to be able to move this expeditiously or not. We heard from House Speaker Mike Johnson just a few minutes ago, and he was frustrated with where the Senate left things, arguing that Democrats essentially dug their heels in and are not funding ICE or CBP operations, something that he says is really dangerous for the country. He said, stay tuned when asked whether or not House Republicans are going to get behind this proposal. So that is a huge question mark. Is he going to bring this to the floor? How quickly is he going to bring this to the floor? Meanwhile, I am talking to some House Democrats who seem very open to the package that was passed out of the Senate, in part because it's very similar to what they have been pushing for on the floor over the course of the last several days and weeks. Now, there are some procedural hurdles, perhaps, that they're going to have to work through, but I talked to Representative Jim McGovern, a Democrat, who told me that he does believe that Democrats could get behind this proposal. But again, it's just a matter of how quickly this all comes together, Wolf, in part because, as you noted, TSA workers are going to miss another paycheck. It's not clear if they're going to get this done today, if this is going to go into the weekend. So a lot of unfolding things happening, taking place right now on Capitol Hill. And Wolf, I'll tell you that they are voting right this second. Sometimes things start to break loose once lawmakers get on the floor together. Sometimes, though, it can also spell trouble. So this is going to be an opportunity for House Speaker Mike Johnson to hear from some of his lawmakers.
You're going to be busy today, Lauren Fox up on Capitol Hill. Thank you very, very much. I want to go to the White House right now. CNN's Elena Treen is on the scene for us. Elena, the president ordered the Department of Homeland Security to pay TSA workers. Do we know why he waited until day 40 to do this?
Yeah, I think essentially from my conversations, Wolf, with people at the White House, he essentially had enough. And he's, of course, seeing the impact, and I should say also the political impact as well, that this shutdown is having on Americans across the country. These long TSA lines, TSA workers, as you shared in that clip at the top of the hour, of people struggling to make ends meet because they are missing these payments. And there are questions about why not. Why haven't they done this sooner? I will say officials continue to argue that this is Congress's job. They have the power of the purse. It is their job to make sure that the Department of Homeland Security is funded. But I think, Wolf, a key question, of course, now is, now that there was this, breaking news overnight early this morning, as Lauren laid out, that the Senate Republicans were able to reach a consensus with Democrats and get the funding bill passed, at least in the Senate, it does raise questions, ones I've asked the White House, many people in the White House about this. They've yet to give me a clear answer on whether or not this executive order to fund the TSA and TSA workers is actually going to move forward. I know that people in the White House last night, when they were announcing this, the president, were trying to figure out even where the money would be coming from. Some sources told CNN that it could potentially be moved around to come from the One Big Beautiful Bill passed last summer. So questions there on whether or not this is even going to be necessary if the House is able to pass this funding bill for DHS swiftly. I will say as well, the president made that executive order announcement about moving money around to pay for TSA just moments before he got a call from the Senate Majority Leader John Thune and other Senate Republicans saying that they had reached a deal. So again, all of this moving very quickly last night. And then, of course, with that passage in the Senate, potentially changing things here.
Ball is now in the court of the House of Representatives. All right, Elena Trine, thank you very, very much. Also happening now, we are still seeing hours-long lines at TSA checkpoints at multiple airports across the country, some as long as 3 hours right now. CNN's Ed Lavendera is over at George Bush Airport in Houston. Ryan Young is at Hartsfield-Jackson Airport in Atlanta. Ed, first to you, what does TSA wait times look like there in Houston where you are?
Seeing them hovering around the 3 hour mark, maybe a little bit more. But what really stands out to me, Wolf, is just the precautions that travelers are now being forced to take. A lot of these people that I've been talking to in these lines here throughout the morning have flights for early afternoon. They've been showing up 7 to 8 hours ahead of their scheduled flight time. They don't want to miss that. Many of them have already missed flights and they're trying for a second time, and they're just tired of going through this process. But you know, the traffic here does ebb and flow. If you look down below us on the second floor, this area has been filled for much of the morning. This is where the people that you see up here where I am start off in the line down here below, one floor below us. This is usually the baggage claim area, and now it's rather empty. Now what happens is there are shift changes with the TSA agents, so some lines close and open, and if there's a shift change and some lines are shut down, this can literally fill up again in about 30 minutes time. But a lot of the people you see standing around us here are about an hour and a half away from getting to the front of the security line. And this morning, Wolf, we have seen Department of Homeland Security investigation special agents manning the ID checkpoints in these TSA lines. In fact, we were watching just a short while ago one of those agents being trained by a TSA agent. So some of those federal agents that have been brought here perhaps starting to get some of the training to go through all of this. But if this spending bill is passed and the TSA agents are eventually paid, or all of that might be coming to an end pretty soon as well. Wolf?
All right, Ed, stand by. I want to go to Atlanta right now. Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. Ryan Young has been there all week, as we all know. Ryan, what do the lines look like there this morning?
Yeah, Wolf, we had long lines this morning that stretched outside the building, but just like that, they're all going right now. Look at the lines here at the main checkpoint. There is almost nothing to see here. What we will show you, though, is all the ICE agents who are now manning the front post here, checking IDs. So they're helping to keep that flow move very quickly here at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. We're talking about wait times. Again, we're over an hour this morning. That is all gone. The airport staff here have been really working to clean this up. But one thing that we can tell you is everyone seems to be mad with Congress. We've heard that over and over again. What were they doing? Why did this take so long? Why haven't they paid these people? That's what we kept hearing over and over. As we were standing here, they were calling this a Zoom. Well, that has been taken care of. The administration here at this airport has been able to clear this all out. Now we're walking out this direction because what I do want to show you is we can get as almost up close as possible to show you how they're checking folks in here. This is an ICE agent right here. You have a TSA agent working right behind him. They check folks in, and then they go through the screening process. Clear still remains closed here. TSA pre-check is open, but this flow has really picked up in the last half hour or so. People have been smiling. Even the workers here have been saying they are glad to see less people moving through in those long lines because it was a mess early this morning.
All right, Ryan Young reporting for us. Ryan, thank you very, very much. Also new this morning, just days after a deadly crash at New York's LaGuardia Airport, the FAA is now investigating a very dangerous close call between a commercial plane and a military helicopter. A United Airlines jet filled with 168 passengers and crew was preparing to land near Los Angeles when a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter suddenly entered its path, coming so close it triggered the plane's anti-collision alert system. United says the pilots saw the chopper and immediately aborted landing, avoiding a crash that was potentially only seconds away.
Did you get does the traffic call reference the helicopter, or did they restrict your altitude or anything? We had a we're going to be addressing that because that was not going on.
California's National Guard says the helicopter was on a routine training mission and a thorough review will be conducted. Still ahead. left in limbo. We'll speak to 2 TSA agents working without pay despite efforts in Congress. There's no timetable when they'll see their money. And next, escalate and expand strikes. The new threat from Israel's defense minister. We're live in Tel Aviv with the latest developments. Stay with us. Here in the Situation Room.
Standoff, the FBI power everywhere. New episode Sunday at 9 on CNN.
Go ahead. Crank the volume. We got you. USPS has increased daily package processing capacity by 46% in the past 5 years. For peace of mind, USPS Ground Advantage.
After everything we've been through as a family, all the years in this home, the last thing we had to think about was our windows. A lot has changed over the last 30 years, but our windows didn't. We used Renewal by Anderson. Meet with us on or before March 31st and get this very special financing. No down payment, no interest, and no payments for 18 months.
Whether you're a professional driver or just a fan, vehicle breakdowns are costly.
It started tugging. The last thing I remember was just the engine cut out. I knew pretty quickly that I had a pretty severe issue on my hands.
If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
Imagine me paying out of pocket $4,000 or $5,000.
I was not ready to spend a few $1,000s.
It was like almost a $6,000 job. But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again. Plus, your rate stays the same no matter how many claims you file.
I've had 5 claims for over $12,000.
I've had 6 claims worth over $4,000.
I've had 3 claims and saved over $3,700.
I've had 2 claims for $4,600, and my rate hasn't changed.
Use any certified mechanic you want. Just bring your car in, and Endurance will pay them direct. All major parts are covered.
What I like about Endurance, they don't play games, there's no middleman. They're a solid company.
With Endurance, your car repair costs go way down, while your car's life expectancy goes way up, allowing you to drive more and pay less.
Something is going to break down. Make Endurance pay for it.
They covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
So, who's going to pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Whether you put 10,000 or 100,000 miles a year on your car, if it's less than 20 years old, Endurance has you covered with unlimited miles. Plus, your plan covers 24/7 roadside assistance anywhere in the country. Call right now to get $300 off any plan. Plus a full year of our top-tier elite benefits, a $2,000 value free. And all Endurance plans come with a 30-day money-back guarantee. But you have to act now. Call 1-833-608-4503 for a free quote. That's 1-833-608-4503.
I thought people exaggerated when they said shingles is a nightmare and the pain can last for weeks.
It wouldn't mean sleepless nights, right?
I didn't think I was at risk.
I was wrong. I didn't know that 99% of people over 50 already have the virus that causes shingles, and it could reactivate at any time.
I learned that the hard way.
But you don't. Talk to your healthcare provider today.
Finally, a platform that thinks like you. The new Power E-Trade Pro gives you nearly unlimited customization with up to 120 tools and charts across 6 workspaces, plus automatic pattern recognition from the original place to print online.
To remind you that 60% of sales on Amazon come from independent sellers, Jess from Planetary Design will pour 60 cups of coffee for 60 adventurers.
Shoot, lost count.
Shop small business on Amazon. To remind you that 60% of sales on Amazon come from independent sellers, John from Blueborn Beeswax will light 60 candles for Marv and Ethel's 60th wedding anniversary.
Ethel?
Shop small business on Amazon.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
If you or a loved one have mesothelioma, we'll send you a free book to answer questions you may have. Call now, and we'll come to you.
800-821-4000.
There's more breaking news. Israel's defense minister now says strikes against Iran will, quote, escalate and expand in response to Tehran's missile fire. Here in the U.S., President Trump announced he's extending the deadline for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and delaying attacks on Iranian energy sites by some 10 days in the ongoing talks to try to end the war. The president's remarks came on a volatile day for the markets here in the U.S. Stocks saw their steepest daily decline at the close since the start of the Iran conflict. Take a look at this. How the Dow Jones has gone down since the war began, down 6.2%. Let's go live right now to our chief national security analyst, Jim Sciutto. He's at TV for us. Jim, how is Israel taking President Trump's decision to delay strikes on Iranian energy sites at least for 10 days?
You know, Wolf, I think you could read the defense minister, Israel Katz's comments that you noted there as an important qualifier on the talk of a truce, right? The talk of a truce, because they haven't gotten there. You know, President Trump was really just delaying an escalation of the war. U.S. strikes continue on Iran. He's just delayed the expansion of those strikes to include Iranian energy infrastructure. Israel, for its part, is saying it's expanding. It's strikes inside Iran. A response, it says, in part to the number of strikes we've seen headed in this direction from Iran. A handful of air raid warnings here in Tel Aviv today, a bunch of those yesterday, in fact, one of the busiest days of the war. So Iran maintaining the capability, though diminished, to fire at its neighbors. And we saw other strikes by drones and missiles today on Saudi Arabia, on Kuwait. Jordan said that 3 came its way. It was able to intercept them, though 1 fell on its territory. So even as its capabilities have been reduced and depleted by U.S. and Israeli strikes, Iran is maintaining some capability to strike back. And Israel's response to that is to say, well, we're going to expand our strikes on Iran. But Wolf, even beyond that, there are some signals here that Israel is attempting to strike as many targets as it can before, if and when U.S. and Iran reach some sort of ceasefire agreement. Again, still very much an open question, but Israel wanting to reduce Iran's ballistic missile capability as much as it can prior to any such ceasefire. And I think in Katz's words, you're seeing him attempt to make some justification for that.
Jim Sciutto in Tel Aviv. Stay safe over there. Thank you very, very much. Joining us now to discuss the war with Iran and more is Democratic Senator Ed Markey of Massachusetts. He serves on the Senate Commerce Committee. Senator, thanks so much for joining us. President Trump says he's now delayed the targeting of Iranian energy sites another 10 days as, quote, talks are ongoing with Tehran. Does that give you any hope these discussions are yielding real progress towards peace?
No. Trump, in his cabinet meeting yesterday, said that he had taken a little detour into Iran. Well, this little detour has come with a big price. Higher prices for oil, higher prices for gasoline, higher prices for home heating oil, higher prices for natural gas, and the price of lost American lives of our servicemen who are over there. And what Trump is now saying is that he's delaying his attempt to take Karg Island, which is the big oil depot in Iran. That would be, well, the perfect violation of the first law of holes, which is when you're in one, already stop digging. The price at the pump is $1 a gallon more for all Americans. It's Trump at the pump. His picture might as well be on the pump of every gas station in America. Trump should just end this war now. There's nothing to be gained from escalating 10 days from now an all-out assault on Karg Island.
I want to watch what the White House press secretary, Senator Caroline Leavitt, said this week about Congress's role in this war. Listen to this.
Is there a point, either a number of ground troops or a number of days, in which the president will consider seeking authorization from Congress?
Well, as you know right now, that formal authorization from Congress is not necessary because we're currently in major combat operations in Iraq. The Department of War and the President, as I said, estimated about a 4 to 6 week timeline for the full completion of these military combat operations. We're again on day 25 today.
How do you respond to that, Senator?
Well, Trump said that the war was only going to take 4 to 6 weeks. We're already in there 4 weeks, and he's saying that they're ahead of schedule. So that means the war must be scaling down. But we know that's not the case because they have asked for $200 billion more to be appropriated by the Congress. And the war is taking $2 billion a year, a day, rather, to prosecute, meaning 100 more days of war, taking us into the summer. So Congress must have a role. We must vote on whether or not this war can be extended and escalated, because that is what the $200 billion is meant to achieve. And people all across our country will be paying the price, because when a war goes on and the Strait of Hormuz, the price is paid at the pump with $1 or $2 a gallon more. Congress should be in. It affects our national security, and it affects our economy.
This
Partial government shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security. Senator, the Senate overnight, as you know,
is a new way that I've learned
Department of
to
Homeland Security except
manage my cable.
and Border Patrol.
I got
How
cable.
confident are you this measure will get enough support to pass through the House of Representatives?
I have so much fucking cabling. This is a USB-C tether cord. I think it's 10 feet. Let's say. Tether Pro by Tether Tools, E34 2987. Yeah, it doesn't tell me the length. But the way this works, see, I can't pull it apart, and you can, I guess it's not supposed to get tangled up easily, and you can get them all, and you can still, it'll still come separate. There's 3 cords here. And the way this works is, when you're ready to use the cable, you're supposed to just undo this first one and then just pull. See how well that's working. So this is telling me, and again, I'm new to this. I just learned how to do this. You're supposed to be able to take the end that you ended with and start pulling it, and it's supposed to just come undone. But that's not happening, is it? Oh, there it goes. I had to take off the first loop. I get it. And then it just comes apart like that. So you get to the end, and then you have to undo your end that you did. So I guess it doesn't matter which end you're on, but you have to undo that first loop. Okay, I got you. I'm getting it. And now your cable comes out. Now here's how I used to wrap my cables. This is one of 3 ways that I'm doing cabling. For big ass cables like this is the way I normally do it. But what happens to it after sitting there, especially when you stack them on top of each other, they get tangled in and then it turns into a mess. And then when you go to use them, it's not that great. So that's one reason why I like this method. So again, and imagine this being a long ass extension cable. You do the same thing, right? On either end, you take it off of the loop, you take it out of the first loop, and then from there, or I guess you take it out of the second loop, and then from there, what the fuck, does it have to come from the right end? I am so confused right now. Yeah.
Now I'm really confused. Did I do it wrong or something? Practice. All right, now here I showed you this is method number 1. Now, if I, for the studio, just in here, I do it like this and I'll even hang them up on a hook or something. But if we're talking about the mobile studio where we have crates of cables, this is how I manage my cables. I will go and get both ends of the cable, put them together. So basically what you're doing is you're putting that long cable, basically splitting it in half. Do it again. And do it again. Do it until you get down to a certain size where you're like, okay, I don't want to go smaller than that because you got to tie this into a knot. So wrap it around, bring this through, grab all of them, come out. There you go. Throw that in your box. They're not going to get tangled, and this is my preferred way of wrapping cables. So, the third way now I'm so confused as to why this isn't pulling out the way I want to. You're supposed to do a loop and wrap it so you got your start. Put it there. When you're ready to use it, you're supposed to just be able to take this off. There it goes. See, now it's doing what it's supposed to do. And then it comes apart. So why did it not take that last time? Ready to use it. Pop this off. Here. You should start pulling it out. There it goes. That's how it works. I like it. Again, this is new to me. I'm just now learning. So, we're figuring it out as we go. So yeah, I don't know. 3 different ways to tie up your cables. 1, number 2, number 3. I think there's a time and place for each of these. And no, I'm not going to leave this like this. Where? Okay. Take it apart. So we're going to take that off. And there's your cable. I like it, but not for the indoor studio. Not for this gear. $15 No. It's between 15 and 20. No, it's not 20. Great tool to have if you're going to be working in IT. This is for hard drive duplication, and you have your source and your target. If you have a hard drive that has data on it, you stick it in here, put your new drive on it, and it'll clone from one drive to the next, bring every 0 and 1 and put it on here. But you got to make sure you can't have a terabyte hard drive as your source and a 500 gig as your target and expect the terabyte worth of data to fit on the 500 gig. Now, if it's the other way around, you had a 500 gig that had all the data on it, and you're transferring it to a 1 terabyte, you can do that and leave the extra 500 gigs open for future allocation. So that drive could have 2 partitions on it, one with the old and the new, or just one solid partition with more space. Either way, great tool to have in your toolbox. It's my baby girl. Oh, she is so pretty. Oh, she's such a beautiful thing. Oh, she is so cool. Oh my goodness, she's so beautiful. And she's so nice. She's so sweet. She's so loving and protecting. Oh, that's my baby girl. Mm. Yeah, this position. There you go. Mm. Went down? Oh, you went down? I, I'm giving you love. Oh, I'm giving you good love. Oh, yeah. Yearling phones. These are the phones that I provide to my customers. So if you want a solid tech plan and you want decent technology, Cisco is way too much money. We use Cisco Meraki for our network. And I have some Cisco phone capabilities. I don't want to, though. It's too expensive for my clients. It's pointless anyway. Your cell phone. These are only if it's required. Some jobs it is. Yeah, is it too late to get a delivery out today?
Where would it be going
Fort Scott. I don't know if you know where that is or not. It's over towards Harrison, Ohio.
to? I think we should be able to do
Is Sandy around?
that. Yeah, let me put you on hold and she can talk to you.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. Thanks for holding. This is Jessica.
Hey Jessica, this is Joseph. How are you?
I'm good, Joseph. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Last minute, if you guys can get a dozen roses out to the house today, that'd be super awesome. Do you
Okay,
do you,
yeah.
do you happen to have any circus flowers then?
Let me put you on hold real quick and run in there and check.
I just need one. Yeah, I just need one. So
I cut you off before you said how many do you need?
just one. I need 11 red, one circus rose.
Okay, let me check. Hang on.
Thanks.
Are you there?
I'm here.
I don't have circus, but I do have yellow.
Okay, one yellow and 11 red.
Gotcha. Still no card message?
No card message, no.
I gotcha. Okay, perfect.
If you can get that to the house, is it possible to get it to the house today?
Yeah, we'll get it to over to you today. It'll be this afternoon. He's got some church stuff that he has to get out that's kind of time.
No, you're fine. As long, yeah.
Yeah, we'll get it to you today. No problem.
Beautiful.
Sounds good. I got you.
I'll talk to you guys later. Have a good one.
what happens next if it doesn't?
Well, this is the deal which the Democrats put on the table 4 weeks ago. We said right from the beginning, so finally, overnight, that yes, okay, Americans get through the airports in our country to avoid that chaos. But if they don't know, Republicans should have started out wind up, but today, please make Americans happy that they can go to
Yeah, the House is scheduled to go to spring break recess. Speak, as you know, it's still not clear. Immigration enforcement operations and shutdown activities. So what does this shutdown actually accomplish as far as
Well, as far as I still take steps of the safeguards that the ICE agents have to put out. They have to identify themselves. They have to report anything. They have to wear masks. They have to update warrants. If they break down they still, as part of it, take steps that so they don't take more, but we still have to have
Go outside? Go party? Come on.
I'm here today with real-life mechanics who are here to set the record straight on why auto repairs have gotten so expensive and why Shield is America's most trusted auto protection. Like what everyone wants to know is why repairs have gotten so expensive. A little bit on like a car breakdown. What happens on the customer side and what
Every day at our shop is people that just come and follow their eyes out. One right now, we got all these expenses now that have to pay for. We see that all the time. We just had one recently did at 30 or back to the dealership of the warranty. They said she just passed the mile mark and there's no warranty. Now she got like 7 years. Yeah, pretty much lucky is like anywhere from $7,000. Engines could go anywhere from $5,000 to $14,000, $15,000 if you can get our get some sort of
drivers like Partial. All you need to do is call Partial now when your car breaks down.
Car's out of warranty. Partial can save you thousands. Just call before a breakdown. Lock in your rate with 100 miles and get your free quote now. Call 877-541-875-541.
something have been better than nothing?
There's legislation in front of us right now to end the airport chaos. And House Republicans should stop blocking.
Are Democrats willing to?
There was a Republican.
We have made clear that ICE needs to be brought under control. And what we want to see is ICE conducting themselves like every other cop, police officer, and law enforcement agency in the country. Taxpayer dollars should be used to make life more affordable for the American people, not brutalize or kill them, which is what has been happening in America. And the American people have had enough.
Are Democrats willing to support them in order to get this moving today?
Well, that did not come up in the caucus meeting, but we are willing to do whatever is necessary to pay TSA agents to end the chaos and to stop inconveniencing millions of Americans, which is what Donald Trump and extremists in the Republican Party have done for weeks for no reason.
Do you consider this? Do you consider this a win?
Okay, let's bring in CNN congressional correspondent Lauren Fox, who you just saw there, asking questions of Leader Jeffries. Lauren, what's the upshot right now?
Well, it certainly sounds from those remarks that we just heard from the Democratic leader in the House that they stand ready to vote however needed in order to get this passed sooner than later. But the huge question mark right now, Diana, is whether or not Republican leadership is even going to put this Senate passed bill on the floor of the House of Representatives. Right now, you are hearing from HFC members, the House Freedom Caucus, that they want additional changes to this bill. They want to ping pong it back to the Senate. Obviously, that would take additional time that TSA workers just don't have right now, given the fact that they're expected to miss a second paycheck this weekend. Now, the question becomes, does Speaker Johnson put this on the floor? Now, he has told reporters to, quote, stay tuned when it comes to next steps. Here he was earlier today.
Thank you all for together this morning about it's infuriating that Democrats are willing to put the pain on the American people simply so they can defund the agency that is responsible for removing illegal aliens. That's what it's about.
Since the Senate left, though, are you committed to passing this deal, or?
Thank you.
And of course, the huge question mark right now is Speaker Johnson knows the realities in the Senate. He knows that any deal is going to have to get 60 votes. It's going to have to get Democratic support. But he's getting a lot of pressure from conservatives. And you can hear there, Republican leadership in the House is not happy with this deal that John Thune agreed to yesterday. So we are expecting that there will be at some point a Republican conference call where they're going to discuss this. We're just waiting to see what those next steps are. Dana?
And Laura, before I let you go, you asked Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader, a really important question. I was kind of surprised he said that they didn't talk about it among House Democrats, which is whether Democrats would support the so-called rule. It's a little bit in the weeds, but the weeds matter a lot here in the big question about whether or not TSA will be funded, those lines will go away, agents will start getting paid, because that will basically grease the skids for this vote to actually happen in a bipartisan way on the House floor. What are you hearing from your sources about how that's going to go?
Yeah, Dana, there are some procedural obstacles right now for the Speaker when it comes to moving this expeditiously. And so one of the questions is, are they going to have to go to the House Rules Committee? Typically, Republicans back rules. That is essentially just a vote to get onto the legislation. It's procedural, but it matters. And if Republicans are so frustrated that they don't want to back this deal, then perhaps Democrats would have to get behind that procedural step, something they don't typically do. But you heard there from Jeffries, he sounds very open and willing to do whatever they need to in order to move this today. Dana?
Lauren, we're lucky to have you up there. Great reporting as always. Here at the table, we have additional terrific reporters to talk about what is going on or not going on in the United States Congress right now. Jeff Salome, I'm going to start with you. And if you just kind of take a step back to look at where we were and where we are. And with the Senate, kind of a surprise move passed overnight was funding for the Department of Homeland Security, everything except for the border agencies, CPB and also ICE, which already have the funding anyway. And so the question is, what did Democrats get out of this long fight? What did Democrats get out of this shutdown? because they wanted very specific policy changes, which are not in this. And I don't know, what do we think the answer is?
The only thing that I can determine that Democrats got out of it was the fight itself. Democrats wanted to draw attention to ICE, but we were so far removed from Minneapolis. That's when this first started after the horrific events in Minneapolis. Democrats were here to stand firm, and they wanted changes made. But on security, as we end the month, we have big changes. Obviously, the secretary is entirely different, so that is one change. But beyond that, I'm hard pressed to think of any specific things that Democrats got out of this except the fight itself. But that, I think, is why Leader Jeffries there is saying that we will do whatever it takes to get this going forward. I think including, he didn't rule out voting for the rule. He dodged Lauren's very smart question there, but I think we know where this is heading, and that's just prologue. The president may have to get involved with some resistant House Republicans, or Democrats will join and vote on the rule. But I'm hard pressed to see this going beyond this weekend. But that does not mean the pain is over, because agents still aren't getting paid. So the flying coming up is going to be a challenge. And the bottom line is they still have to fund the agency. So it's one of those Washington fights where sometimes the biggest thing is the fight itself.
And on that great question that Jeff just asked, what are you hearing about the potential for the president to get involved in order to get this over the finish line? Because the question is, these conservative House Republicans, members of the House Freedom Caucus, I mean, there's some, I'll just give you some examples of things that they put on their social media. Congressman Ogles, we in the House should amend the Senate bill, add voter ID, and force a vote in the Senate. The Democrats will steal the election. Congressman Keith Self, we're not taking any breaks on the Save America Act. Those in the Senate should take note. Now, this is injecting another piece of legislation that is, the president says, his top priority, which he, at various times during this past week, has said he wants to be a part of this funding bill.
Well, I mean,
and it's not.
He originally told the Republican senators not to make any deal with Democrats because he wanted that to be part of it. And essentially, the deal that did get passed was already the deal that they had on the table. And President Trump kind of took a step back and stopped fighting it publicly after multiple conversations with Food and other Republican leaders when it became clear that that just wasn't going to happen at this time. But this is where the really difficult part is. Trying to get President Trump to weigh in, to sway Republicans on something that he doesn't fundamentally believe. He wants these people fighting for the SAVE Act. He believes that that's his bill, that's something that's his priority. So trying to get him to fight against that, we know President Trump picks up the phone for just about anyone who will call him if he's free to do so. These lawmakers are going to be calling him as well. Some of them, the ones who are fighting, saying they're going to fight the SAVE Act, are some of his most staunch supporters. So how do you then convince him, oh, actually don't do what they want, which is also what you want, and help us get this through?
And so what you said, what Jeff said about the fight being the fight, it is important to remember that because of the horrific killings that we saw in Minneapolis and some of the other, what ended up on people's television screens and on their phones, what was the president's number one plus in his column has gone down across the board. Let's just look at a poll that came out just a couple of weeks ago. Question about more ICE funding. Only 36% said, this is all Americans, said yes. Allow ICE officers into the locations to live murder. 24% said yes. Arrests and relocations. 8% ICE officers should be allowed to conceal identity. 35%. And then look at this question of the president's handling of the registration. Broken down by party last year. Now, about a year later, it's gone down across the board, including especially pretty big, yeah. We needed a way to supplement our income.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit BecomingFreedomRate.com to find out if your policy qualifies. Or call 1-800-481-1700.
This March, planners with installations, patio doors, or tree work. This these hours. You ready? Pay nothing. It's for 18 months. Just to be clear, no interest until September 2027. Get your windows and doors now and take advantage of our paying down the line financing. And did you know over 60% of all our customers choose to finance? It just makes sense. But hold on, why choose renewable by Anderson in the first place? Because choosing renewable by Anderson really serves increase a home's value by at least 10%. Yeah, you win. Go take a victory lap around your house right now. And when you're ready to sell your home, it's possible. Increasing the value of your home. Replace your windows, patio doors, or your front door. And there's no money down, no payments, and no interest until September 2027. Get now and pay down a lot. And here's renewable by Anderson, your local design consultant, measure technicians, certified master installers, and customer service team are all going to give you the best home improvement experience you will ever have. Let's show you colors, styles, and inspiration of your home. Get started by meeting with one of our design consultants on March 31st. Don't wait. Call 1-800-501-1400.
And to strengthen our teeth, I would recommend this toothpaste to everybody. It's really an amazing product.
Stop fading between razor burn and burning through another razor. Start shaving with Gillette. Time for protective coatings and fill refillable blade lasts cells.
A Cheerio is on the way for Jaws, who never lets go of what he loves. So Dad uses Chewy to get everything he needs to keep the other life. One mouthful at a time for low prices. For life with pets, there's Chewy.
This is Mama's. They took sauce. That's what if they could be way more comfortable. What comfort Mama's, one purchase, no limit. Get 20% off the first order.
Many are users that deliver their animals need help right now. Many animals are starving, wondering if food will ever come with the unbearable pain that comes with it.
There are animals that have no idea when they're next meal will come. They can't even remember when their last meal was. And they are
So I'm here to ask you, open your heart to help an animal. Go online, call, or simply scan this now. That's just 53 cents a day.
there are empty bowls that are sitting there waiting to be filled. You can tell that these dogs are so full from hunger. They've known no other life but a life of suffering.
No animal should have to go. With your support today, you will help feed the hungry animals. You can fill their bowl, but you have to make your urgent life-saving gift today. So please join the next 10 minutes. And if you do, we'll send you this free bowl. Thank you for helping animals today.
Always an empty bowl on the ground that should have food in it. And it's very clear from the appearance of these dogs that bowl has not been in.
We urgently need $3,000 new dollars in the next 30 days. You'll be one. No animal should ever go hungry. And I know you agree. Please make this the moment that you say, I won't stand by while they suffer. Help fill their bowl too. Go online, call, or scan this code right now.
Domino's best deal ever gets any pizza with any toppings for just $9.99.
Right next water. See why apply the magic of right next to your windshield.
Bring on the spring and the Honda Spring of Pizza. And in 2025, television best value brand. Bottom line, serve from serving.
push for years. Just for years.
And my panel is back. Chris.
And when you talk to Republicans around him, they do feel as though he has boxed himself in here. That he got ahead of his skis, that he spent his time comparing this to Venezuela, thinking if he could get in and get out, that the leadership structure will be the same, because things are going on in Venezuela. They do feel like they're
still wondering why.
Yeah, and Kristen, who came out after that cabinet meeting yesterday, really explaining why we heard from various players saying the things that they did.
And I just, really fast, I just want to say one thing. I think that it's not just the timing, which of course no one wants anything long and drawn out. The vote that I talked to, and then the hardcore guy, basically, follow up on whatever he does. If he does decide to move the bus around in a way where someone is wrong, hold on. That is going to break the
Right, a House Ethics Panel finds a Democrat guilty of more than 2 dozen violations. Will she lose her seat? It has a big impact, obviously not just on this ethics challenge here, but also on House Democrats.
This March at Renewal by Anderson. Replace your windows, your patio doors, or your entry door, and we're going to give you an amazing opportunity. You ready? Pay nothing. And I mean zero zilch nada for 18 months. Just to be clear, that's a year and a half. I'm talking about no money down, no other payments, and no interest until September of 2027. Get your windows and doors now and take advantage of our paid down the line financing. And did you know over 60% of all our customers choose to finance? It just makes sense. But hold on, why choose Renewal by Anderson in the first place? Because choosing Renewal by Anderson to replace your windows and doors makes your home worth more. Don't believe us? Read our winter survey and read Anderson products increase the home's value by at least 10%. Yeah, you win. Go take a victory lap around your house right now. And when you're ready to sell your home, it's possible that your new windows and doors will help pay for themselves by increasing the value of your home. Replace your windows, patio doors, or your front entry door, and no down, no payments, and no interest until September of 2027. Get them now and pay down the line. And here at Renewal by Anderson, your local design consultants, measure technicians, certified master installers, and customer service team are all going to give you the best home improvement experience you've ever had. Let me show you colors, styles, and inspiration for your home. Get started by meeting with one of our design consultants by March 31st. Don't wait. Call 1-800-501-1400. That's 1-800-501-1400.
Sensodyne Clinical Repair is absolutely amazing. When your teeth are sensitive, they need special care. New Sensodyne Clinical Repair creates a protective shield over those exposed areas that can help repair sensitive areas of teeth after 60 seconds. I recommend Sensodyne Clinical Repair.
Stop debating between razor burn and burning through another razor. Shaving with Gillette.
Reimagining brought to you by Mesobook.com.
If you were a loved one question call now. Come to you. 800-214-4000.
Get back to Capitol Hill where the House Republicans are going to bring this Senate passed plan to a vote to reopen clearly the fact that what is there. who is in charge of a lot of what goes on at the Department of Justice. On one of the most political stages, the annual Republican pep rally, CPAC, talking about the prosecutors and agents involved in the Trump criminal prosecution during the Biden administration.
There is not a single man or woman at the Department of Justice who had anything to do with those prosecutions. Over
How many became over 200?
A reminder of what happened in Joplin during he was Donald Trump's personal lawyer. And when he was a criminal, that happened when he was a criminal defendant facing an assortment of felony charges. Blanche represented others. So Lou, I just want to underscore, we kind of got used to the new normal. This is not normal. This is so remarkable that you have the Deputy Attorney General on stage appealing to the Republican base by reminding them of all of the political purging that he has done at the Department of Justice. Because that includes the people who he said that he wanted to serve. But don't just include political appointees, which even that would be a big question or a discussion at least. There's civil servants, there are people who will prosecute assigned cases and did their job.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of these people, lawyers, actually looking for more lawyers and sort of short on the number of people that are willing to work for this administration. They were assigned these cases. They did not go after the president. They did not sign up specifically to try to do lawfare against the president. They were assigned these cases. They did their due diligence. They showed up at the board that judges signed off on the warrants. They followed the normal process these things should follow in a normal running of justice. Now, if we're not justice, as evidenced by the fact that the Attorney General is on stage at CPAC in the first place. And so we do have a situation where the president has employed a number of his close allies to go after his enemies, to protect his friends, and to do so blatantly. So it's not normal that this president has tried to counter long expected from
which technically it does and you take away that these loyalists out there touting what they're doing.
And one other thing that happened this week that might have gone under the radar, but is very much related to this. Michael Flynn, who was the president's national security advisor for a few days in his first term, and then pleaded guilty in 2017 for lying about Russian tax lobbying in Turkey. He then, when he was being sentenced, reversed that plea. This past week, he was awarded $1 million by the taxpayers. The DOJ gave him $1 million settlement. He said it was wrongful prosecution. And talked about the president filing a suit for wrongful prosecution for millions and millions of dollars. That's still kind of up in the air. But this happened. I think he was going to get $1 million. Not see one of the rich people that is. And you have topics that are not. I think the answer to this question is, I think if you pay them, even if they are this is definitely. Thank you so much for joining
Sign of a trade. Start debating between Razor and start shaking your toy. Take a go, don't be a little bit late last song.
For 18 months. Just to be clear, that's I'm talking about no money down, no payments, and no interest until September 27. Get your windows and doors now and take advantage of our paid online financing. And did you know over 60% of all our customers choose to finance? It just makes sense. But hold on. Why choose Renewable by Anderson in the first place? Because choosing Renewable by Anderson to replace your windows and doors means your home more. Don't believe us? Read our in your city. Anderson products in free zones. Tell you by 10%. Yeah. You win. They'll take a victory lap around your house right now. And when you sell your home, it's possible that you can do things in your themselves by paying for the significant value of your home. Replace your windows, not yours. It's a entry or down, no payments, and interest until September 2027. Get up now, pay down the loan. And you're by Anderson, your local design consultant, measure technicians, certified master installers, and customer service team are all going to give you the best home improvement experience you've ever had. Let us show you colors, styles, and inspiration for your home. Get started by meeting with one of our design consultants. I'm going to show you first. Don't wait. Call 1-800-501-1400. That's 1-800-501-1400.
Oh, that's sick.
check your heart. Number one doctor recommended person. Provide 6 times more heart rate and get more smartphones. Maybe what's there for you doctor? Works out. We have breaking news on the shutdown fight that is fueling all of this travel turmoil with PSA. CNN is learning an House Speaker Mike Johnson does not have the Republican votes right now to pass a bill goes from the Department of Homeland Security. Any moment, we are expecting to hear from
CNN's directional correspondent Fox is now on Capitol Hill. Joining us by phone Johnson to speak more, and it sounds like the speaker here is not being
Exactly. She was talking about the from the public that had asked the plan, and so Johnson, under pressure from his conservative, what kind of planning measure that was on the whole of the Department of that there's really very little in the United States and to pass that bulletin of this legislation. It's the entire time that if Democrats were going to support any funding for ISIS issues, they wanted to have significant reform. Those negotiations went nowhere, and the fact that they are not going to reform this proposal from the House Speaker makes it very unlikely and not impossible that this will pass out the Senate. That obviously that in a word, the TSA workers potentially receiving other paychecks in just and obviously, this means that the president's plan, potentially the APSA workers unilaterally may be the only path forward, given the fact that this is just going nowhere in the United States.
Yeah. To what end are they doing this? Lauren, if you could stand by for us, we are waiting for the speaker here. Let's bring in CNN Chief National Affairs Correspondent Jeff Zeleny. The House jamming the Senate, but why? It doesn't appear it's going to work.
It doesn't because A, the Senate's not here, as Warren pointed out, and B, what this clearly shows is that Speaker Johnson has said it a million times that he does not operate under the latitude of having a lot of votes here, so he is controlled by a small part of his Congress. But what I'm waiting to look at is what the president is going to do. He has yet to weigh in on this with literally one phone call that he could resolve this. He's meeting now at the White House. South Lawn at the White House. We will see if he talks about this. But clearly, the idea of paying the TSA workers is a band-aid at best. We're not sure if it's legal, whatnot. That could have been a long time ago, but it clearly just shows the winners and losers. As we talk about this dilemma, clearly the losers are the American people and passengers in Congress. And not doing anything to resolve that. But a very interesting few hours. We've also seen many cases over the years where things look like they're not being resolved and then finally something happens. So I think that's something maybe the president, but he wants to say that. Not it.
To a degree, though, his fingerprints are on this because it's fingerprints are
in the way the continuation of the shutdown is directly by the president's command. For sure. I mean, the previous command for the World Safety Chamber, but yesterday there was the indication that we're going to find a way to update it without really understand it. It's very difficult to see what is happening in terms of across the country. The users are many of these taken in American people. There are outraged by what we're trying to do.
Looking on the CNN's Ed Lavandera live in Houston. Bush Airport, he's in the unenviable position of telling travelers there about what's happening here in Washington and asking them how they feel about how it's going to affect them. We're not going to be thrilled at it.
Yeah, can you imagine if I were to walk up to somebody right now and say, hey, by the way, they didn't like that several hours that didn't stay there. Because what we've heard over and over from thousands of people, it's just, it's calling those that just tell them to do their job, to get TSA paid, it's just happening over and over. So it's just a great deal of frustration. Why? They need to stand up, and they have videos made all falling apart on this Friday afternoon. This is coming at a time where airport officials are also telling us that today's a heavy travel day. Sunday, Monday, Saturday's a little bit, but Sunday and Monday, all of this coming back. You can see, once again, the lines of people underneath where this is normally the baggage claim area. When people are leaving the airport, this is what they have to do here at this airport, these makeshift lines, to be able to handle the thousands of people that are coming through this airport. And this is an airport that is at its best, airport officials have told us, are able to get about 50% of the security lines up and running. Pretty good. We have seen some federal agents starting to do sort of ID checks. But despite all of that, ICE agents have had 32 additional extension and 45 to this airport. The lines continue to remain the same. That is not what the news we're a little bit travelers talk about the length of their ability to make sure that their flights. To a box, so we came early. Yeah. We expected it. I'd rather say that we were having a rain for so, what's the problem? And, in other words, coming 17 hours early before their flights. You also heard the people who tried to it's just a constant setting.
All right, and our Jeff Zone, who do you blame for all of this? Said Austin said that's this wearing that Nebraska polo shirt. And it is just what a nightmare where you are. Thank you so much for that report. Santa Elena Train is moving down to the White House. Elena, is the president get behind the Senate version of the bill? What is his outreach been outside?
Yeah, look, obviously, behind me right now, we're going to head towards this function event, but I'm sure as soon as you get out the phone with how through all this, we'll stand up. He was very enthusiastic about this Senate proposal and really what they ultimately passed in the early hours of today to try and fund DHS. Of course, everyone in this White House wants DHS to be funded. Of course, it's not very happy with them stripping for immigration enforcement and for the custom border protection. He was, reluctantly on board with this. We were told after they called in the Senate leaders last night saying that they were looking to have a deal and they were going to expect to pass it on the Senate floor. So I'm waiting to see what that reaction will be, but I will say the conversation with people in that building behind me for us, they recognize and the president was not at all happy with exactly where this ended up. And also, of course, they stripped one of his most priority legislation from that bill as well. The Save America Act, of course, includes voter ID among other things. And so we'll have to see where this, kind of plays out. I also think though, all this is part of the reason
Well, the studio's looking good at least. I got everything pretty much cleaned up.
This morning, in the hours after it did pass the Senate, the president did give a statement saying congratulations, acknowledging that it had passed in the Senate chamber. And so all of that, I think, also contributing to how some of these hardline conservatives now are taking a stand on this issue. And also just to add here as well, I would remind you that immigration, of course, is a fight Democrats clearly believe is what's happening right now, but it's also an issue that many Republicans and other presidents still hope could be a winning issue in November. Obviously, that message got a little bit muddy with something that happened in Minnesota earlier this year, but that's part of what's happening to this as well. It's the politics of this also playing a major factor on everyone knowing that the midterms are just months away, and they want to make sure they can still win on an issue, even with this just not base, while people across the country are struggling with this TSA and
between line boards in the White House with me, and so I'm still, I mean, remarks do that. Senior Johnson is going to take over that. So that's the perfect. So, to me, that's funny, but the Senate's got all that put together. Everything high on what they're saying. Johnson's remarks as they happen. So it's, you know, everyone has an opinion. Make money on yours. Your calcium is straight up the future of almost anything. It's as simple as yes or no. World's largest prediction market. Right? Look difference. Calcium is available in all 50 states. Your users will bonus when they sign up and trade. Calcium straight up. I see all of the doctors know $16. It's just a sense of dread to reach the wild. Get your kids through the adoption with this. Go online, home, or skating to help make a difference today. senior military analyst Colonel Sutton joins us now from Magic Law. Colonel Layton, we understand, according to sources, that there are deployments of several thousand U.S. troops that are headed for the region, including the second. If you have to predict where they were That's a great question. So what I would say right now is best place for them somewhere in this area. We got a lot of how do you go about So this is one area of focus. Another is just north of the Missouri Hill border with Lebanon. We talk about potentially standing strikes there. What do you see? So as far as the Middle East is concerned, it's not Again, another sort of resource for regional workers in the United States. It is, again, so far that's been we'll talk about Box either supposed to make it try to block access to all the way to the west coast to the report of Luckily at other points on the west coast. Notice there's already a strike right here. That would intensify. This path will get a lot redder if that happens. Then there's going to be a little problem not only for globally, but for Saudi Arabia and the rest of the United States as well. So really appreciate the So the Justice Department's 2020 election investigation faces its first court test following a major hearing as Georgia attorneys fight the about hundreds of boxes of saved ballots and formers facing a double whammy as the diesel and fertilizer prices soaring in the year that went from the farmer under attendance action. Unofficial media, jobs and projects. Savings to start moving your operating. So come celebrate spring. I'm free.
Hey, also, I just don't want to get scared out, but I wanted to chat. That's so much more than
this thing shows you your goals, or you can get your credit card information, and it shows you ways to save money.
Do so much more than 5%. Download the Experience now.
This March at Home by Anderson, replace your windows, your patio doors, your entry door. You ready? Pay nothing. See what I was thinking? For 18 months. Just to be clear, no money down, and no interest until September of 2027. And you know, over 60% of all our choose to finance. It just makes sense. But hold on. Why choose renewable by Anderson? Because you choose renewable by Anderson. It's your next Anderson products increase all value at least 10%. Yeah, you win. Take advantage of your house right now. And what this it's possible that you don't need any takeaways but help themselves by increasing the value of your home. Replace your windows, patio doors, or your front entry door, and there's no money down, no payments, and no interest until September of 2027. Yeah, now, pay down a lot. And here at Renewable by Anderson, your local design consultants, certified master installers, and customers are all going to give you the best improvements. Let us show you how our installation works. Get started by meeting with one of our design consultants by March 31st. They won't wait. Call 1-800-501-1400. That's 1-800-501-1400. Better put a key ring on it. Show you some strengths. About everything that's a good thing. We're here with answers. Only your ancestors can provide. Their stories and ancestry.
I don't know if you have to deal with this DDP2. 80 topics. It's not any
It makes sense sometimes. Yes, but it's all different.
Closed captioning brought to you by MyDays.com. If you are about Lawyers for public county driven or in federal court fighting for Act 2021 about Steve Justice. It's a case that's going to test DOJ's efforts to investigate the
Fulton County actually filed suit after the FBI raided the county election office back in January. Federal officials confiscating hundreds of boxes of records during that time as part of its investigation. Let's get more now from CNN Chief Legal Affairs correspondent Paul Reed. What's the latest report?
So we're watching this very closely because this is the first time that the Trump Justice Department's unprecedented search of that election office procedure of 4,600 boxes of materials has really been investigated before. And so far, they have not Mr. Jasper considered first part. Another lawyer, the law was emphasizing the ramifications of this kind of activity here. Now, the Justice Department has been a little bit dismissive of that argument, saying, quote, the county doesn't write the by doesn't mean that these materials need to be. So things like say, if they don't believe these officials have constitutional argument. They're before the Trump appointed federal judge. This judge has already shown some deference to the Justice Department, saying that the federal investigation to be granted broad latitude, but he hasn't sort of agreed to have his hearing over objections from the Justice Department. So we're watching this so closely because we really want to see, is this going to give us an indication of just how far the courts are going to let President Trump and the Trump administration lead into our elections? Here we're talking about the past election, but the president is also signaling that they want to federalize elections in the future. So that's why this is so significant.
What can we expect?
There's a lot that we're going to get a decision today, but we're going to look for this in the coming weeks and months. But whatever this judge decides, this is going to be incredibly significant. So there are so many questions about what happened in January and this so far, they're tweeting on the fact that Afghanistan search warrants is all good because court officials have said they don't get it. This is a big thing. So we're watching this collision close test of the Trump administration's efforts to get themselves more about their elections. It's been a month and a half since the people see what lawmakers
Go online, call, or scan to help make a difference today. Just $16 a month. Go support WWF's global conservation efforts to protect species and habitats. It's free adoption with this wildlife. Or Russia. Go online.
Bacteria for long-lasting repair. Answer. Get 0.9% APR 26 people. Turn heads. It would totally redesign the security around that. Without testing, without waiting. And special orders can be best overall. There's a lot of public entities. Not together.
General breaking news, we have learned that House Republicans are expected to announce at any moment they are rejecting the bill that the Senate passed to fund most of the Department of Homeland Security, which would include TSA officers. They're expected to offer their own plan to fund the full department for up to 8 weeks, but the Senate has already left Washington for a 2-week recess, which likely extends the shutdown, and that proposal by the House isn't one that the Senate appears to have been with. And this all comes as airports across the nation are dealing with this. What you're looking at on the screen here, just these agonizing, long security lines. TSA agents have gone weeks without pay. They're going now by TSA worker and union member Tanya Crocker. Tanya, thank you so much for talking with us. I know you and your colleague were supposed to get paid today. That didn't happen. What does this mean? Tell us what you all have been going through and how you all are doing. Wait a minute. All right, I think we're having a tough time on the signal there. We're going to try to reestablish that conversation in the reception area. But this is a really difficult time for TSA workers who are going out at this point weeks without pay. Some of them skipping bills, and it is very much affecting them in a long-term way. That even getting paid is not going to fix. We're just days after that deadly collision in New York's LaGuardia Airport. The FAA is investigating a close call between a passenger plane and a military helicopter in Santa Ana, California, Orange County, California. The United Airlines flight was preparing to land when an Army National Guard Black Hawk helicopter crossed in front of it, and it actually triggered the plane's collision avoidance alarm.
According to a flight radar traffic, the two aircraft were about 500 feet apart vertically at their closest point. After the alarm sounded, the plane's pilot stopped ascending and rolled off until they moved past the chopper. Here's audio between air traffic control and the plane's pilot. Hey, I if you can't get the traffic power up like that, or did they even get out of the or anything? The California National Guard says the helicopter was on a routine training mission heading back to its home base. Officials at the aircraft was flying on the ground and an assigned altitude while occasionally air traffic control. Nevertheless, an unsettling moment there to this. We're also following a developing story out of the Justice Department that the Capitol's personal email account apparently has been hacked by individuals going to the illegal Africa.
CNN has confirmed that hackers have also posted some of the information found, like private photos and documents. CNN senior justice correspondent Evan Perez is here with more. And Evan, your sources are telling you that these images, they are real. Tell us more and what the DOJ is saying about it.
Well, the hackers seem to be releasing documents and images of emails from 2011 to 2022. So this is before the Casper Public cleaned the FBI thing. A lot of them are just mundane things. There's travel plans. There are things that be forwarded from the DOJ email.
What you guys doing? How are you doing? Oh, wiggle, wiggle, waggle, wiggle, wiggle, waggle, wiggle, wiggle, waggle. Why aren't you wiggling, waggle? Are you confused? What? Oh, there it goes. Wiggle, waggle. Wiggle, waggle. Oh, wiggle, waggle. Oh, wiggle, waggle. There they go. Baby. Charging station is now organized. I got my sit-down desk back. My main stand-up desk is situated. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Ah, you bastards. I want you all to have a great weekend. I may be back this weekend. I don't know. But I do have a lot of work down here to do in the studio. Now that I have my workspace where I can actually work. Hiring, you got $900 coming to you, buddy. I'll work on that today. I got to charge the money to get in my account first. So I'm working on it. I'm going to go ahead and get off here. And again, I want you all to have a great weekend. And while you're at it, keep it heavy. Be real. Keep it real. If someone comes up to you, don't fucking placate. Don't fawn them. Just tell them how you feel. Don't have to be a dick about it. You know, just because you're keeping it real and keeping it heavy doesn't mean you have to be an asshole. You can be kind and empathetic while keeping it heavy and keeping it real. Let's keep pushing through. Keep grinding. That's what we do. Always be prepared for the worst, but expect the best from everybody. Don't do it the other way around. Hope for the worst and then be shitty towards everybody. All right. Keep it heavy. Keep it real. Have a great weekend. See you next time, bastards. Peace.